waiting to get into Sunscape. This is the Gila River indent, the whole child. You can. It's the Hohokam tribe, and they call the river Gila. How you pronounce it? Wheeler River. Gila River. Indian reservation. These are the dwellings that they lived in on their reservation. We'll go see inside one of these.
I'm sorry. Well, hi. You made
Hi.
it.
I still know how to do it. How you doing?
I know that's always so they can see that.
I feel good.
Yeah.
Hi, Jane. Hi, how are you? Good.
Well, let me have your coat. Or, no, you're going to keep it on. You're going to
Chill. Goes around and vacuums up the dirt. Well, see, there's some grains on the carpet now. The water's kind of moving between right over there, that round thing. And yeah, there's about six, there's in there. And there's capsules in it. And it just automatically feeds your floor. That thing there is a backwash. Yeah. About once or what? Right here. Now see, right now it's, well, 10:44. It says, oh, what did I do there?
Oh, it's coming back.
I wonder what I
What
did.
do you do? You don't
I don't know what I did. But anyway, see, it says that today's Thursday, and my watering schedule right now is Tuesday and Friday.
Yeah.
And it's on an automatic program. And say like it rained for a long time, you can press the off button and see it comes on off. And
Yeah,
then
you
it's
don't
back
need it.
on. And I haven't studied this over real well yet, but it comes on for 45 minutes, 2 days a week. 2 days a week. Now, I don't know,
Yeah.
let's see, set today, set time today, set times, repeat, switch to other programs, start an extra automatic cycle, stuff. But like when we'll be going to Minnesota this year, and we're going to go to North Carolina, and we'll be, you know, going all over. Well, depending upon the weather, you just set this and you never have to water nothing. Shut the system off. You push that little thing down. Oh, I didn't show, well, that's...
What?
Now that's one thing. Here's something else that helps you when it's real hot. You know, it's 110, you know. You can turn this thing on.
There it is. See the spray?
Oh!
Cooling off.
And then I turn this off and it sprays it further. Really a big time spray. Now I haven't got this all figured out, but they say that if you turn it on at a certain period, it'll cool off the water by the water shooting through the air and out and down there. But anyway, no, we haven't been swimming yet. These are cherry tomatoes.
Yeah.
And those are just regular old tomatoes.
Yeah, you
Now
better.
somebody said that I'd have tomatoes in I think they said 60 days.
Yeah.
Is that possible?
Yeah, yeah.
60 days?
60 days, yeah.
Here, fruit cocktail. Fruit cocktail tree. This right here is a fruit cocktail tree. Half grapefruit, half orange. And it's been, if you look real close, you can see where it was grafted.
Oh, really?
That was the graft mark over there.
Half orange and half grapefruit?
Yeah, and I tried to get a peach plum. A peach plum? Hell, they were out of it. A lemon lime. Half right there.
Yeah, and there's one over here, and that's what waters it.
Yeah.
Comes on automatically.
It comes on automatically. Everything's, boy, everything better have one of those things.
When you leave in the summertime, it really burn up, wouldn't it?
If I knew this. And then that umbrella. See, it's a great big huge umbrella that goes over the table and the four things.
Yeah.
Electricity, yeah.
He did all that? He just come out here with you?
He put in 4 fans, yeah. We kept him busy for a whole week. And you know, heavy mirrors, stuff that I'm not good at doing.
He helped you move in.
Yeah. Now, but with the house, you get this and this. That comes with the house.
Yeah.
This you gotta buy yourself.
Yeah.
And of course, the microwave you buy yourself. And here, this you gotta buy yourself.
Kevin's wife.
Oh, really?
She paints.
Well,
Looking here, that is really pretty. I like that. And, yeah, that southwest. You have to have a little bit. Then I'll show you in here what I did in Calstrom, and I don't know, I might paint over it. See, if I don't like it, I paint over it. Well, I guess you can always do that. Yeah, I did this one, and then I had to get blue. But it seems behind me. Now, see, I painted this, and then I did like, you know, after you do and then in here, clever, you've got this neat idea.
Kathy, you mean you did all that right there?
Yeah, see, look at all the painting he did.
You're an artist. Oh,
And
God, my battery's going. We are now entering the Casa Grande ruins.
Taking right in the sun.
Hmm?
Right into the sun.
No. This is inside of the structure. There's a good picture of two antiques.
Yeah,
The two antiques. This is a big antique. And this is the other antique.
what? Jerry and James could get up here in front of the ruins. Their picture.
I want their picture.
Picture right back there. Hey, Jerry, get Jane back there in the corner. Hanging on. There it is.
There's two antiques up there now. Three antiques. Three antiques.
Three antiques. The third one, the building. Oh. So you wanted to get pictures of all those. Yeah, we're one of the survivors. Yeah, really.
This is a saguaro cactus. They're probably 400 or 500 years old. This cactus is probably 500 years old. Then, evacuated mound was a playing field probably used in the 1100s to 1200 before the Casa Grande was built. Ramps from either end led to the court floor, which provided space for an estimated 12 players. A large polished green stone was found embedded in the center of the field, a playing marker. No one knows for sure, as the Hohokam took the secrets of their games with them when they abandoned the community in the early 1400s. There's more ruins back over there. Okay, this is the ostrich farm next to the Picacho Peak. There is a total of 1,500 ostriches in this farm, and a pair sells for $20,000. Hey, I think just what you saw was a couple of ostriches breeding. Hey. Looky here, fella. Looky here, fella. Hey. Hey, ugly, look here. This is the Saguaro National Park building. This building is about a month old.
Striking, elegant. This landscape that surrounds us is a part of the northeast reach of the Sonoran Desert. The Sonoran Desert includes most of southwest Arizona, the southeast corner of California, and much of the northwest of Mexico. This is a young desert, existing for perhaps 10,000 years. 2 brief seasons of rainfall help support an enormous diversity of life, making it the most complex of all American deserts. Scientists are studying the biology, geology, and weather of this desert. But there are other thought-provoking and insightful perspectives to share. The native people who have lived in this landscape for hundreds of years offer a perspective each of us should hear and think about as we allow ourselves to be touched by this mysterious land of the saguaro.
The desert speaks to our people in many ways. We feel honored to be here in this desert, to hear the different things it says to us. Wherever Creator is in these plants and in these animals and in us humans, He speaks to us by who He brings to us, by what He shows you, by the beauty of the desert. He gives you a gift.
For us, the gift is our chance to experience the moods and textures of a delicate habitat, where plants and animals relate in ways which make life possible for each.
They are like a circle they're all connected. We're connected to all of the desert and the environment.
We're very careful when we walk in the desert. Not because of the thorns and the cacti and the stickers and the rocks that may hurt our feet, but because there was somebody else there before us. And when we say somebody else, we don't necessarily mean people, two-leggeds as we call them, but maybe there was a deer that had stood there, or a coyote that stood there, or a bobcat that laid there and had a nap.
We as Sultan people know that we have to respect this earth that we walk upon, because we as Sultan people were made from this earth, and when we pass away, we go back to the earth. So the way that you treat the earth, when you understand that our relatives are back into this earth, the earth is the same as your relative. My mother and my father are back into this earth. So if you throw trash on this earth, you're throwing trash on your relatives, your Hajan. These things are sacred, and to us, they're very powerful.
The saguaro, the way we're taught, is that if we go and harm and abuse the saguaro, we're essentially doing that to ourselves. Because the saguaro through eternity has been our relative. Because when the creation story is told in the wintertime, we're taught that the saguaro was a human being, and God put the saguaro on the earth in the form of a cactus so that we can begin to look at ourselves and eventually learn to respect ourselves. So when the human being became a saguaro, we begin to look at ourselves differently. Some people say if you look close enough in the dawn or the dusk of the day, those saguaros, they begin to look like people. And if you look close enough, you'll see people rather than saguaros. And especially if you're standing in a place where the saguaro silhouettes are in the horizon. And you stand back and you look and you'll see people in different forms and different shapes and doing different things. You'll see whole families. We call him our brother, and we know that he was put at this place for a very special reason. We want to have that strong image and that tall image about ourselves as people. So when we look at the saguaro, we begin to try to acquire those qualities. The saguaro is significant in the sense that it provides a very special gift to our people, and that is the fruit of the saguaro. And that fruit brings a sweetness into our lives. That fruit provides the nourishment for the happiness of our spirits, our souls. When we eat the sweet-tasting saguaro fruit, it makes us smile, makes us feel happy, makes us feel good. So the desert as a whole begins to nourish us in not just in the physical sense, but nourish us in a spiritual sense. If people would stand in the desert for a few minutes, they would begin to have this feeling that there's something more to it than just the desert. And for us as Indian people, we begin to understand that, and that power that comes from the desert allows us people, human beings, to experience a certain quietness within us.
If you understand that the desert is you and you are the desert, you can only ask yourself, how would I want to be treated? So you treat the desert as you would treat any other human, with respect and dignity and care and love.
This desert can speak to each of us in many ways. If we care to discover and delight in its mysteries and its revelations, then we must meet it on its own terms. With patience, with an alertness of the senses, and with a quiet openness to a surrounding landscape of beauty, drama, and texture. It is here for all of us to share, and each of us to protect.
See how they have those skins like that with the
This is the gardens in the Sequoia National Monument Park.
hanging down there. And there's a lot of this creosote in the
Cactus.
fish shaped
this-
like a fish hook.
This is a fish hook cactus.
Fish hook.
Cactus. Palo Verde cactus. This is a
Long like a-
pencil cholla.
Pencil cholla.
Cholla. So
He said he uses quite a bit of that.
this is the Ocatilla cactus. This is a prickly pear cactus.
Do not forget that one.
And this is the chain fruit cola. This is on the loop. This rock.
Are those rocks speed bumps, Joe?
Mm-hmm.
Slow you down?
The Valley View, what they call it, Valley View Trail?
Yeah.
Where's Virginia?
Oh, look at that one. It's got a little bit.
This is a trail. This must be the lookout. Clear in the background, you see the air park, where the maintenance for the airlines. Okay, this is the
San Xavier.
San Xavier Missions, south of Tucson, Arizona.
And it still is a church for the Oham.
The Oham Indians. And it is on the, what Indian? Hohohan?
Oham.
Hohohan Indian Reservation.
The altar in the sanctuary gives the impression of being carved with wood or stone. Actually, it too is built up of brick, covered with plaster, then decorated with a profusion of raised ornamentation. It is done in a Churrigueresque style, easily recognized by the three-dimensional, square, oblong, and inverted pyramid shapes given to the columns or pillars. The altar design begins way up on top in the center, where you see the figure of God the Father, creator of the universe. His left hand is resting on the globe of the earth. Of greatest prominence is the figure of San became very popular throughout the colony. Just to point out some of the things of interest outside of the church. The main door of the church is framed by a high structure which forms a spiral at either side. Sitting in the hollow of this spiral is a cap on one side.
Let's walk around.
We're on top of the hill here. Looking down on the San Xavier Mission. This is going down the side of the hill here at San Xavier Missions. This is where they sell fried bread.
Really? We got a place out by the lake to call Indians around. Call.
That's almost Loughlin. They used to take me to the back roads, man.
No say.
Yeah, with gangsters, he said.
Right. Yeah. Pretty boy Floyd.
Yeah. Yeah.
There are several tribes in the Ponca City area. Kaw Indians, Ponca Indians, Osage
He was born in Newkirk.
Newkirk.
Right north of Ponca.
Yeah.
Newkirk. It's the county seat.
Yeah, yeah. Right on the line, huh?
Yeah, right below the line, the Kansas line.
Yeah.
12 miles, almost.
What tribe are you?
Huh?
Are you this side?
Yeah. Tono.
How do you pronounce your tribal name?
Tono. Yeah.
P.
They used to know Papago. Bean eaters.
So we aren't part of your tribe, but we are bean eaters too.
Through Peak. I'm gonna take a hike up that thing.
What?
I'm gonna take a hike up there before we leave here. This is a RV camp at Picacho Peak. There is the peak. We are now entering Picacho Peak State Park. Now this is a shot taken up above our camp at Picacho Peak. Here is our camp where our trailer is parked. And there is I-10 highway, Interstate 10. It runs from Phoenix to Tucson. And the train, which goes through here quite frequently from Tucson to Phoenix, both ways. This is taken probably 2 or 3 feet above the Interstate 10. And the mountains in the background. And this is the parking for the trail that goes from here up to Picacho Peak, which is here. These people here are getting ready to go on a hike to the top of the peak. This is called the Anza Loop, which is towards the back side, and this is a nature trail walk here up into the hillside, mountainside. This is the lava rock mountain that they have the reenactment of the Civil War in March here. And below you see camping grounds. This is the beginning of the West Side Trail, the west side of it. This here is a beautiful area of Picacho Peak. This is to the northern edge of the range of mountains that form Picacho Peak, which is right here. This area here is a lot of beautiful cactus. Oh, there's a lot of people go up here every day.
Did you say how long it took you a day
It took us 2 hours and,
to go up?
let's see, what was it? 2 hours and a half.
To go up?
Yeah. We're walking down the trail on the west side. Cholla, C-H-O-L-L-A.
L-O, isn't it?
Huh? C-H-O-L-L-A, I think. Look at this big cactus out.
There's a pretty red dude, Jerry.
Huh?
There's a pretty red
There's
one.
a picture of it. You look at places where the sun's hitting directly, not into the sun, you can see a lot better.
Oh. Oh, I see some of those neat red cactus up there, those barrel cactus.
Huh?
Those red barrel cactus. Yeah, it's pretty neat with the binoculars.
Oh, hell.
I got a picture of the hikers. Huh?
You don't wear glasses, do you?
Oh, yeah.
You wear bifocals?
Yeah.
That's the trouble going downhill with bifocals, I think.
Huh?
Must be. That's a daisy. There's two kinds of. And this here is a poppy. And these you think are another type of daisy. These yellow ones are another type of daisy. And this one is a daisy. Bush. These people are coming down the trail.
Down now.
Yeah, they're moving down the trail.
There's three. There's three, and where's the fourth one? There's four. Yeah, there's another one there. There's four of them. Looks like 2 men and 2 women. Where's the fourth one?
There's a saddle where they go in between right there.
Yeah.
I'm they're not making much progress. They're moving. Huh?
There's two there. There's one woman, one white, that one fawn. I think it's a woman too.
It has kind of like, I guess that's the thorns. It almost
Huh?
looks like a halo around the...
Where are you? He must be an instructor, Jerry.
Huh?
He must be an instructor. He's showing him what he.
Think so?
He's showing him how to do it.
Spectators, well.
$65. $65. Now the other group, we saw came, they all circle around this one.
Kind of guide that thing around wherever he wants to then.
Yeah. Maneuver in their body, they can.
Landing all over. Bunch of birds coming in. A lot of them. There, 3 of them. They guide that thing around. Yeah, right. There's a skate park.
Didn't get in on it for me.
Like the real pretty floor.
They can stay up there.
They have 2 deals. Go ahead.
better point to hurry. One straight up there.
Where?
Get in there. Get in
There.
there.
Oh, look, he's practicing how to take pictures. What do we do with it? Coming from?
I guess the main thing I can answer is like that is that
Jump out and get up here, huh? No, you gotta go down there and turn and come back this way like we did last time.
They're not going to think they're only 14 or...
More come out.
Yeah, looks like
Four or five more. Gee, they free fall all the way. There's some more come out. More? I don't know. There's another batch come out.
Yeah, there's another one.
I didn't see the beginning.
Coming down, yeah.
I can't, huh? I can't
No, well,
look straight up above my head like that.
That's quite a while.
This way.
Fall all ways though.
yeah, that's one over here. There they are.
Oh, now they're trying to make a formation. Those that are there.
Yeah, there they are.
Three of them.
Oh, looks like about 6 of them.
There they spread out. Oh, there's a bunch of them. 5 of them in that.
I see one over here.
There's
There
5.
they are, but it's not over there.
Right over there,
There's the
Virginia.
next batch. There's the next group coming in.
There's the rest.
There they go. Almost. Almost.
Another batch up there.
Oh, look at them fall.
Come on.
One got
Oh.
out of there.
They didn't.
Yeah.
They didn't.
Oh,
They didn't make
He's
this
coming
time.
down.
No.
Ooh.
No.
Yeah, there's another batch up there now.
there's some more.
3, 4. Oh, that one went. Oh, shoot. One side. I don't see it falling up.
Oh, there's some.
That one over there.
Is
he's
that
not
an
opening
airplane
up
or-
yet. Well, when's he gonna
There he
There
is.
he goes. They're nervous when they don't open it right away.
Woo! Down, didn't he?
Wow,
He's
look
the
at
last
him.
one open.
Look at this kid.
Look at that one
Look at
spinning.
that one spinning.
Sunset 20 way, dirt dive at 5:15. Sunset 20 way, 5:15, dirt dive.
Joe's located at the right spot. Yeah. He is. I think it's almost as exciting as seeing but I'm amazed they can sway their bodies around. Woo. Oh, look at that. Oh. They sound like birds, don't they? Yeah. A little bit like a helicopter. Oh, they were kicking away in the head.
Oh, yeah.
They sort of jumped in 2 different bunches.
Pressure down.
That's a gal.
He's gonna land short.
No, he's going to
Oh, I
coax
thought
in.
he wasn't gonna make it.
Oh, he's the one with the camera. He was the one with the camera. Oh, there's two cameras up there. There's two cameras up there.
What's this guy got a skateboard on? Look at there. Look at on his feet.
Yeah. One before
Huh?
Had two.
Where the hell are you?
They let it drop, see?
What the hell that?
Did you get him up in the air, Joe?
Forward. Go back.
I've got a guy up here, he's an expert skydiver. Now, his flying abilities might be in question. But he's looking for somebody to jump with. He's a good skydiver. If anybody wants to come up here and get something together with someone else, let us know. His name's Mark.
Can you hang on to this? Nope, he sure didn't.
Look at them swirling. Spin.
This is where they practice their getting together. northeast of Apache Junction, just east part of Phoenix, Arizona.
All that fruit?
Yeah, cane fruit. Look how big they are.
This is a train fruit cactus, cholla cactus.
You got to take in mind, back in the old days when these guys were mining, they were after high grade, easy stuff to get to. So they tried to clean up the surface. They tried not to go that deep underground because it's going to cost them money. But if we got the technology we use today for the well, so what's the cost? I better watch myself.
because you can't hear that.
You don't remember how many years we've been married?
No, you can't.
Oh, yes.
Yep.
Come on in, Virginia.
Okay.
Hi.
Huh?
Come on in.
This is my wife.
So when we came in, Julie had the house cleaned.
They've been to the parlor.
And she'd taken care of the dogs, and she washed the cars.
My goodness.
It's nice to come back and relax back here. Yeah. When we moved in here, when we got this house, if you would have seen it, you would not have.
We should have been there before now. We totally gutted that inside of the house.
Yeah, I love that. There was a lady that originally bought it in '47, and she left her daughter with her at home. But she had never changed the wallpaper or the carpeting, and she had a chain link fence back here. It was she had a perfect.
This is Picacho Peak RV place. It's here's our little spot. And the rest of the people that are parked here. And right adjoining our place is the Comfort Center. And this is a nature trail through this Picacho Park. And down below you'll see the trains that runs through here between Phoenix and Tucson. There's several trains a day through here. It runs along I-10 interstate. This is the chain fruit cholla cactus. This plant here is what they call the octillo, which is not a cactus. Here it says, although the plant is covered with thorns, it is not a cactus. When moisture is adequate, the branches are covered with a multitude of small green leaves, and during the spring, the tip of each branch bears a cluster of bright red flowers. When in bloom, the octillo attracts hummingbirds and orioles to feed on the nectar. Desert adaptation. All living things must adapt to their environment or perish. This adaptation takes place over millions of years so that the species which inhabit the desert today are well equipped to survive heat and lack of moisture. Cacti are so specialized for moisture conservation that they are little more than a water storage containers holding approximately 80% water. Spines protect the cacti from being eaten by animals seeking moisture. Desert animals are usually active at night in order to escape the daytime heat. Many small animals get by on only the water contained in their food source, such as insects, leaves, and seeds. Their kidneys are so efficient that little or no water is given off as waste. This is on up the trail, the nature trail. And there's Picacho Peak ahead of us. This is Loughlin prickly pear. This is the most common variety of prickly pear that grows in the park. During dry periods, the pads become thin and wrinkled. but return to normal after rain. Yellow flowers are produced in May, after which reddish purple fruits develop, called tunas in Spanish. This fruit is considered a delicacy by both man and animal. This is a Christmas cactus. This is a relatively rare cactus in the park. The name is from the decorative effect of the bright red fruit, which can be found on a cactus almost year-round. This cactus normally grows 1 to 3 feet, but can grow vine-like up to 15 feet tall. This is what they call a white rhatany. When in bloom, this plant is covered by small purple flowers. Indians use this shrub to make red dye and to treat sore eyes. Pioneers made a tea from the roots and used it as a purifier for the kidneys and circulatory system. Back on the trail. This is the creosote bush. This is perhaps the most dominant plant in the park. During dry spells, the waxy green leaves turn parallel to the sun to cut down the area subject to drying heat. During severe drought, the plant sheds its leaves, but they will return after a sufficient rain. The name refers to the creosote-like odor given off after a rain. This plant was considered a cure for everything. This is a triangle brisage. This is another very common plant in the park. It often occurs in association with the creosote bush in what is referred to as the creosote brisage community. A member of the ragweed family, it is one of the worst hay fever producers in the spring. Pico Peak was once assumed to be a volcanic deck of cone. However, recent studies show it to be an eroded resident of lava flow and sequence of flows, which is interlaid with gravely sedimentary rock. The entire sequence, now believed to be about 22 million years old, was tilted steeply toward the northeast, then folded and eroded. These rocks are now exposed as a part of the high Pico, Spanish for peak, mountains block. Below you lies the desert aurora, or dry stream bed. It is here that much of the life of the desert unfolds its story. Along its banks and furrows are rodents and snakes. The arroyo is a highway for those animals which roam the desert nightly in search of food. Look for the tracks of coyote or bobcat in the sand. The arroyo is dry most of the year. However, a heavy desert cloudburst, it carries torrents of floodwater, sometimes many feet deep. Because of the added moisture of the arroyo environment, it usually sports denser stands of vegetation that is drier surroundings. Here again is a chain fruit cholla. The spiny segments of this cactus are very easily detached and cling tenaciously to whatever comes in contact with them. Humans and animals brush against them and carry the joints before they come loose and drop to the ground. Thus the nickname jumping cholla, the joints that take root and produce another plant. The fruit hangs as chains from the arms of the cactus. Back on the nature trail at Pico Peak Park, and this cacti here, the Sagoa cacti, it is probably at least 20 to 22 feet in height, and it would be probably about 500 years old. We'll take a look closely at the holes that the woodpeckers make in it throughout the years. Here's another chain fruit cholla cacti. It has fruit that hangs in chains from it, and it's a cholla cacti. And here is the green bark tree, which is a state tree of Arizona. Now this is some of the trail that comes out of the arroyo, they call it arroyo, where is the watershed for this area. And then this steps going up out of it. This is the, let's see here, this is what they call a teddy bear cholla. This must be it here, called a teddy bear cholla. And here's one way is the Callaway Trail and the other is Nature Trail. This is a pretty sight. Old cacti. The saguaro cactus here is probably another one that's probably 500 years old. And you see with the arms that turned down, this is caused by freezing. When the arms get frostbitten, they turn down, and that's the way they grow. This one here is deteriorated some. This plant here is a Mormon tea plant. Also known as squaw tea, a variety of this plant has been used for medical purposes in China since at least 2698 BC. This variety has been used by Indians to make a beverage believed to stop bleeding. It was also used by early pioneers who ground and roasted it to make a bitter bread, as well as making a tea that was thought to be good, to be a blood purifier. This is a strawberry hedgehog. This is the earliest blooming cactus in the spring, having purple to lavender flowers in March and April. It grows in colonies and can have as many as 30 stems, but this is unusual. The plant produces a red, edible fruit resembling a strawberry. It's terrible today. Probably can hear it. This is the trail. This is lichen. Lichen is a yellow scale-like substance covering some rocks. It is a living plant composed of both fungus and algae, which live in a beneficial relationship with each other. The root-like fibers of the lichen made the slight interaction, helping split the rock. In this way, it plays an important part in the process of breaking down rocks to soil. This is a fishhook barrel cacti. This cactus is characterized by central spines which are long and sharply hooked. Legend tells us that the barrel cactus is hollow and filled with water. In fact, like all cactus, it contains almost 80% water. The pulp must be eaten in order to take in water, and it's very bitter. Barrel cactus blooms in the late summer with a crown of yellow to red flowers. There's another barrel fishhook cactus. and on down the trail. Well, here's another cigar cactus they like to show you along the trail. This cacti is probably 400 or 500 years old. There's a cacti that is rotten. They're deteriorating. You can see the spines, the wooden spines that is the skeleton of the cactus. This area here is a picnic area that is at the end of the trail. It kind of goes along with the trail. There's a picnic area here with drives into it. To get an idea where we're at, we're just south of our camp area. There you see our trailer at the edge of the camp area. And you look down, you see the old I-10 expressway. Many cars every day up and down between Phoenix and Tucson. Here is there were folks in here. Here's a sacara along the trail. It's probably 150 maybe years old. It's approximately 8 feet, 9 foot high. Cactus grows about a sacara cactus grows about a ½ inch a year. So in 100 years, it's grown about 50 inches. The common birds in this area is cactus wren, curve-billed thrasher, house finch, gila, woodpecker, raven, red-tailed hawk, brown towhee, Harris hawk, gamble quail, Inca dove, mourning dove, gilded flicker, blue-gray gnatcatcher, rock wren, starling, white-winged dove, turkey vulture, western flycatcher, loggerhead shrike, great horned owl, western kingbird, roadrunner, prairie falcon, and crackle. Now we're at the junction where we'll go up to the amphitheater. Okay, right here, this is the amphitheater. It's not very big. It has seating. And it also has a screen. And a projector, place to put their projector. So that people can sit out here and watch whatever movie they want to watch. This little amphitheater is right at the foothill of the Picacho Peak. Tomorrow I hope to take a stroll up this side here, which goes up into the area where you see here. Out here, there's up into what they call the saddle, which is here. And this is a walk back from the amphitheater back to our RV campground, which is in the background. Now you can see we're back here at the campground. There is our little home. And today it happened to be a real cloudy. It's supposed to rain today and maybe tomorrow. Hopefully it'll hold off. This is the trail to Children's Cave. We're on our way to the Children's Cave. Looks like the trail goes up the hill here. Still on our way to the Children's Cave. This is right here where I started. And here must be Children's Cave. It's on top of the hill there. This is it. Just a little hole in the rock. There's, back over here is the campground where we're camped. I'm on top of this hill. Here's more of the chain fruit, cola, cactus. There's people on top of Picacho Peak. This is St. Helen's Catholic Church in Eloy, Arizona, where we go to Mass. This is a sister we met last weekend. She is Providence, is it?
She's at school, Notre Dame, Order of Notre Dame, school sister. She knew Sister Elvira.
And she knew Sister Elvira. This is a little bird. Got his nest built up in here in the cacti. This is a chain fruit cola cactus, and this bird has its nest right here. Okay, this we're going up to Callaway Trail. This is from the RV campground. This is the trail that goes to Callaway Trail and to Hunter's Trail, which goes to the top of the peak. And this is the peak here. Off of this trail, there's another trail that leads over to a picnic area, which is at the beginning of Hunter's Trail and Callaway Trail. This is a group of people going up. This is where they park to take their hikes up. This is where one trail goes to Hunter's Trail, the other to Callaway Trail. Trying to find a group of people. There they are. They're going up. There's a whole group. Here's more behind them. That's up the Hunter's Trail. And they're going to head up towards top of Poncho Peak. This is where a junction. One's a nature trail, the other goes on up to Callaway Trail. This is the nature trail. And if you want to get an idea where we're at, here's our camp back down the hill. Here's where the people park their vehicles to go up to the peak. Here is the people. We can pick them up here. There they are. See them going up the trail up towards Picacho Peak. The beautiful sign on this trail. There's Segura and the trail and a big rock. Let's see, we can pick up the hikers again. There they are. They're getting higher. Must be 20 or so in a group there. From there it's quite a climb. Trail leads up this way, on up. Again, here's some of the trail that goes up to Callaway Trail. This sign here, I don't know what it means. Oh, hikers go this way, which is up this way. There's some people that are hiking up right there. They were behind the group that we saw earlier. And they're up in here right now. There we see them. Now we're back on the Callaway Trail. This is some of the where we go up more. To give you an idea where we are, here's the RV place, of course, where we're parked right down there. And there's the parking for the people that build up the trail. And an overview of all the valley. Okay, again here we'll pick up the group, but still here they are. They're on top of the ledge next to the caves here. And they're headed on up towards the top. Same group that started a while ago that were way down here. They're making pretty good time. Must be a younger group. Here again is a group. They're headed up to higher places. You see people. I pick them up around the cave. Let's see here. Hard to pinpoint them. Oh, there they are. There's more people out there by the cave. People going back into the cave. A lot of people going up the top today. Here's the other group still going up. Looks like the Callaway Trail now is starting a little downhill. But not for long, probably. There we go, uphill again. Here's our group again that are getting right up to the saddle, what they call the saddle. They're going into the saddle now. And there's the ones behind, or lagging behind. Looks like they're all gathered up there now, waiting for each other to gather up until they go through the saddle. And we're still on the Callaway Trail. And this is going up the Callaway Trail. Where it ends, nobody knows. And it goes on up this way. In the quietness of the morning, you can hear the people going up the peak that are talking to each other. See if we can pick some of it up. And there's the group we had earlier that, like I say, are in the saddle, getting ready to go up the saddle. They're all getting together. And there's more people going up. There's a group. They're just now going into the saddle. Go over this way and see if we can see anybody else going up. There they are, just leaving. They're going between, there they go, on up. There they are again. They're going up. We won't see them anymore until they go on up to the top. This is getting to the close to the end of the Callaway Trail. Here's a beautiful shot of the cactus that clear up the very tip top of this little mountain. And a shot of Picacho Peak with a saguaro cacti in our foreground. Now I think we're getting close to the end of the Callaway Trail, which is close to the top of this mountain, which is just below Picacho Peak. And Picacho Peak is right here. Now we're at the end. This is the end of the Callaway Trail right here. I have a little bench here you can sit on, and overlooking it is the valley, and there is the RV park, the Picacho Peak RV resort that we stayed in a couple of weeks ago. We'll get a closer look at it here from the top of this little mountain behind us. And you see I-10, the highway just, and then right next, adjoining to the RV resort is there's the storage, and right there is the ostrich farm. You can probably see ostriches out there. This is the ostrich farm. There's their buildings where they raise them, and their home and all this. So that gives you a good view in the valley. This is the valley. Beautiful scene. This is a little cave in the side of Picacho Peak. Here's the peak. And this is a little cave, and there looks like a white, trying to make out, I've got it zoomed in as far as I could get it, a white object to the left. It must be a white rock. Anyway, you can see, I'll zoom off of it, we'll see what, there it is. And there's the peak. This is a beautiful sight right here. All the cacti, saguaro cacti growing on the side of the rock. Now we want to see, just take a look of all the wild plants here, all the different types. There's the creosote bush, which is all over the desert. And this one here, I'm not sure what it is, but it has the, well, I think daisies looking flowers on them. And then there's the green bark tree, which is a state tree. About the only cacti up in the high part here, up in the mountains, I believe is a saguaro, and there's one there, a fish hook. It's a barrel fish hook cacti, and you see a few of those here and there. There's one. The saguaro cacti, which you see here and here, you wonder how it ever gets enough water on a slope like this where the water runs off. You wouldn't think it would soak in far enough or long enough for the cacti to absorb the water. But they seem to thrive on the sides of the hills. This saguaro cactus is probably about 8-9 foot tall, and here it has look like a cancer-like growth on it. It must be one of the arms that has dropped off. Okay, here's a very good view of our park. I'm on the way down the Callaway Trail, and this is I-10. Of course, this is our park, trailer park. There's our trailer. And there's another trailer park out here that has no hookups or anything. A lot of people camp out here. Here's a good shot of the train traffic, which is just at the edge of I-10. That's busy traffic between Phoenix and Tucson. Trains, long trains. Must be one every hour at least. This train has to be at least a mile long. There it is. There's the front of it. It has to be at least a mile long. Okay, this will give you an idea of our layout, our camp. Right there is the gate, the guard gate where you come in, and you run up just a little ways up the road here. Here is our camp, where we're camped. If you look close, there's our trailer and pickup, and right next door you see the shower house and the bathhouse. It's kind of hard to pick out all through the cactus, but we're right next door to it. And another thing of interest, the little mountain, which is right here. No, web, sorry, we're on this side of it. This is a little mountain here that in March they had the reenactment of the Civil War, of the battle for Picacho Peak, which is right next to the campground here. This just lies north of where our campground is. I'm just trying to see if we see anybody on top of the peak. It's kind of hard to tell through this eyepiece. But I thought I seen people moving around up there. You can see one right there. Well, we're headed back up the trail towards the peak. There's hikers up ahead of me. I'm taking a break. We're back on the trail again. This is the trail going up here. Here we have cables to hold on to as you climb up. Okay, this is some of the trails. Pretty rough climbing. If you hear me panting and puffing, you'll wonder why. You don't know why. Here's part of another beautiful cigar. People ahead of me. If it wasn't for these arrow marks here and there on the rocks, you wouldn't know where to climb. Up that way to here's a beautiful shot of a saguaro cacti. And the peak over, that's where the Callaway Trail ended over there, that peak there. And again, there's our home sweet home. Ah, this is the cave-like area where we've seen before. I'm on that level. Cacti growing out of the side. People on the trail below me. Now we'll take a look at the camp area. This is the base of the Picacho Peak. There's two fellows ahead of us that passed me up. There's the peak. And again, here's the Picacho Peak RV Resort. From just about the saddle of the Picacho Peak. We're going to do a little exploring of this side of this cliff. There's holes, caves. Here's a group that's coming down.
Chuck's ready on that. Hey, that thing.
There again, there's a trailer course. This area here is what I think they call the saddle. We're getting pretty close to where we, up there where we joined to the trail. This is called the again, we're a little higher, get further up from the trailer. There is the top, the summit of Picacho Peak.
It's all downhill.
Drive over in my car.
This is going down on the west side to the other trail that connects the trail from Sunshine Loop. I don't think I'll go down this side. I think I'll take a rain check on it. Looks like you have to be pretty careful. This is beautiful. From this point, there's looks like elevation. And a mountain range in the back. There's a lot of smog hanging over the mountains. I'm going to start back from this point right here. See how long it's now 12:15 p.m. See how long it takes me to get back to the camp. So we're leaving. I'm going to leave the top. Here's the summit. People are going up to the top, but I'm not going to go on the other side and go up because it's too much of a climb. I've been up there to the very top. It's probably another 100 feet higher. Here's where I'm headed for, home. This is a shot going down. There goes a fella down. He's in a hurry. He's running. Home sweet home. This is the eroded part where it's eroded. And of course, there's the top of the peak. It's down right along the edge of it. Trail goes right along here. And here is a cave-like structure. See if I can get a better picture of it. There. Here we are going down. And eventually we'll be down to there, home sweet home. I haven't had a heart attack yet. Miss Virginia thought I was going to have a heart attack up here. Okay, Miss Virginia, here I come. I'm going to come down this steep hill. I'm wanting to see the Super Bowl, and I'm sure going to be there in time for it. So there's our home right over there. I'll be there in a minute, Miss Virginia. Just to show you what it's like going down. This looks like a shortcut down through here, but this, according to this marker, this is the trail here. Yeah, this is good walking here. Now we're going down again. Now we'll take you in on a little short jaunt here with a trail to give you an idea of what it's like. Now we gotta go up a little bit. Here's another cave. Well, there's a trail goes that way. There's one goes this way, and I suppose this one here is the one that goes. Just to give you an idea of how to get down, there's little stepping stones you can put. You do like a stair step that you can walk down. Well, I'm getting closer to home sweet home in Miss Virginia. There it is. Now we're on our last leg. Yes, Miss Virginia, I'll be home in just a little bit. Can you hear me? This has to be the water storage tank for the RV complex down below for the water. This is a little bridge that goes across and connects with the Callaway Trail and the trail that goes back to the RV resort, or the RV parking. This is at the entrance of the Army Proving Grounds. Okay, this is Arizona Historical Society Museum at Yuma, Arizona. It's right down the old town.
You have 10 minutes before your daughter comes. I'm down for the children's room.
This is Century Arts Museum.
Go back this way.
Yuma.
Legs, but he's got the good look for it.
5 leg.
Copper boiler.
Thanks to Herman Bernard.
But I would say, it says kumquat.
Yeah, kumquat.
What's kumquat?
It's hybrids that we don't see in our part of the country.
Didn't know they had such a thing. Beautiful palms. Yeah, lots of grapefruit on the trees. All kinds of birds in there.
Yeah, they said there's aviaries.
There's white doves, huh?
They're colorful. Look at these.
What are they?
I don't know, but look at the cluster of
Oh,
them.
I see them there.
They're real colorful.
Let's see if I get a real close picture of them. Oh, yeah.
That's like great.
What is it? You don't know what kind of bird that is? Now, what kind of fruit is this?
I thought it was an orange. All those poplins are all shriveled up. Maybe they are oranges.
Citrus. What kind of, you don't know what it is?
Honeysuckle.
That is a honeysuckle?
It's a cafe honeysuckle.
Well, right there it says, I'll take a picture of it.
The foliage is like a honeysuckle, but the blossom's so big.
These are bougainvillea. Oh, they're pretty. Get a shot here of this little shopping center. Hmm? Yes. This gives you an idea what it is. This is the State Prison Park. This is the Colorado River that runs through Yuma.
People walk through there. Many of them with a lot of apprehension. And they all carry weapons. And of course they fire blanks and they're probably going to shoot at them. It's really fun because we have all you against the wall. Then we ask them to join the tour. If they say no, then they draw their weapons. But anyway, this area here is the area known as the South Bank. This wall was actually chiseled by convicts using only pick and shovel. Now it looks kind of strange today because the wall or the hill has been treated with gunite to preserve it. Again, convicts did this work using pick and shovel, and they also used pick and shovel to dig out the cells here. And it was very dangerous work. As a matter of fact, we had 2 convicts who lost their lives being killed by falling rock while doing the excavation work. The first doorway here used to be the prison infirmary. When they built the prison hospital, built the main cell block area, it became the entrance into the women's cell. Women. We had a total of 29 ladies confined at the Territorial prison, and really at first they had no place where to keep them. They did not even want the ladies up here because of the problems that were created. You had the male convicts trying to talk to, pass notes, and in some instances trying to get into the women's cell. But actually, our first lady was kept at the Yuma County Jail. Finally, they decided to move the ladies up here, and they were kept in the guard towers along the top of the walls, or even outside the walls. Finally, they opened up the women's ward, which were 6 cells dug out of the west side here. Again, those were destroyed by Southern Pacific. But what, excuse me, what separated the women's cells from this yard here was a chain link fence, which was 49 foot long and about 8 foot high. Our most famous female convict, of course, is a lady by the name of Pearl Hart. She and her boyfriend, Joe Booth, robbed the Globe stage. These 2 people were very inept as robbers, and they were caught very quickly. Mr. Booth went to trial, and he received a 30-year sentence for stagecoach robbery. But when Pearl Hart came to trial, well, she was there in the courtroom, she winked, she smiled, and she flirted with the jury. So naturally, the jury found her innocent. That really upset the judge, so he decided to try her for stealing the stagecoach driver's gun, and for that crime, she sent to 5 years at the Territorial prison. Well, by the time Pearl arrives here in Yuma, she's quite a celebrity. It was unheard of a female stagecoach robber. So many newspaper people and magazines are doing articles on her, and all this attention Pearl is receiving naturally goes to her head. She comes down here and she has 2 cellmates. She thinks she's queen of the women's ward. She's always causing the other 2 ladies to get into a fight. She's disliked by her cellmates, she's disliked by the guards, and also by prison administration. One day, Pearl demanded from the assistant superintendent a puppy. The assistant superintendent had a female dog who just had a litter of puppies, and Pearl wanted one of those puppies in her cell. The assistant superintendent replied, "No way. There's no way I'm going to corrupt the morals of my dogs by having them associated with you." And basically that's what they found in the young lady. But anyway, Pearl only served 2 years of her term here before she was pardoned. But by the time she was pardoned, she had decided she was going to be an actress. It so happened her sister was a playwright of sorts, and wrote this play about Pearl Hart, Lady Bandit. So when she left prison, she went on the vaudeville circuit. But unfortunately for Pearl, her acting ability was as good as her robbing ability, and it bombed. Eventually, she wound up marrying a rancher in central Arizona. Now, Mr. Booth, the man who had been sentenced here for 30 years, served only 2 years of his term. One day, while he was out on a work detail, though, he managed to escape, and he was never recaptured. Now, back to the ladies here. The 2 ladies that were in prison with Pearl, one was Rosa Duran. Rosa Duran was 16 years old. She was in prison for grand larceny, and what she actually did was she rolled a drunk, took his money. The other lady was Elena Estrada. Elena Estrada was in prison for manslaughter. Her lover had been unfaithful to her. So she took a knife and she stabbed the man to death. When she was in court, Elena stood up in front of the judge and said, "Judge, all I was doing was just holding the knife out in my hand like this, and he just happened to lean into it." That didn't sit well with the judge, and she wound up in prison. But Elena and Rosa were the only ladies ever punished by having to serve time in the dark cell. They were caught fighting, probably a fight instigated by Pearl Hart, and Elena served 5 days for fighting, Rosa served 3 days for fighting. Now, a few of our other lovely ladies, well, there was Isabella Washington. Miss Washington was 19 years old. She was in prison for manslaughter. What she did was she threw her newborn baby into an irrigation canal in Tempe, Arizona. Then we have the case of Manuela Fimbres. Manuela Fimbres was in prison for murder. She was pregnant when she came down to the territorial prison, and she gave birth while in the women's ward. So if you can imagine this, later on, there was a little boy running around this yard here playing with the convicts and also with the guards. When people in town found out about the child, they petitioned the governor for her release, and she was released on the condition of never to set foot in the territory of Arizona again. One last lady before we move on is a local Yuma girl, Maria Moreno. Miss Moreno was 16 years old. She had a fondness for dances. Her younger brother, though, did not like the way she acted at these dances and decided to have a talk to her about that. The young girl became upset, so upset that she got hold of her father's shotgun, aims it at her brother, and blows off half of his head. For that crime, she's sent to prison for 1 year. Manslaughter. She serves her full term here. 3 years later, she winds up in the insane asylum in Phoenix, Arizona. Now, one misconception about the prison is how tough it was. Other than maximum security, the ball and chain for those who tried to escape in the dark cell, it really was not that tough. Pardons were very easy to come by. If you were in prison for life for murder, they'd give you a life imprisonment, you'd be out between 4 to 7 years.
Like right now.
A lot like what it is today. One thing different about back then, though, is that justice back then moved a lot quicker than it does today. There was one man, Enrique Pope. He murdered a man on April 3rd. He was caught on April 4th. He was indicted on April 5th. He was arraigned on April 6th, tried and convicted, and by April 9th, he was at the territorial prison. So sometimes justice did move a little quicker. The library from this area over to the east side of the main cell block area, partitioned the library into 4 separate cells, closed this area off, and opened up the new yard. The foot cell, the last 4 cells here were basically made out of adobe. The white wall you see behind you was put up in 1976, and the reason they had to be put up is because every time it rained, more and more of the hill would wash away. So it was built in 1981, and it hasn't been preserved at all. But usually, once they put the wall up, they would plaster and whitewash the wall. And actually, it did extend to the far corner, and then over to the part of the hill here. The only one that's left is the one that's in the cemetery display inside the museum. The main cause of death here was tuberculosis. 8 convicts were shot while trying to escape. Some committed suicide, some murdered by cellmates, 2 killed by falling rocks, 1 caught in quicksand, 1 drowned in the river, 1 bitten by a rattlesnake. Now that brings us to execution. There was only 1 convict ever executed. But back then, the individual counties would handle the execution. The man's name was Martin Ubios. Mr. Ubios had an ongoing feud with a fellow. Ubios kills the other man. The inmates here see it as self-defense, but the administration sees it as murder, so Ubios is tried, convicted, and sentenced to die. Well, its date of execution set for June 16, 1905. The sheriff, Gus Livingston, had issued out invitations to the execution. So everyone in Yuma who's received an invitation are pretty excited about this. They're all dressed in their Sunday best, packed a little box lunch to attend the hanging. Well, this hanging does not go off as planned. The sheriff did not want to be the official hangman, so what he did was he hired a Southern Pacific Railroad detective, a man by the name of Jack Caruth, to be the hangman. Come the appointed day, Wheels is taken out of cell, down to the Yuma gallows, march up the 13 steps, place him over the trapdoor. They put a strap around his shoulders, one around his legs, the hood over his head, and the noose around his neck. The sheriff then nods his head, signaling Mr. Caruth to cut the rope to open the trapdoor. Trapdoor opens, Wheels drops through the trapdoor, but the fall does not break his neck. As he's dangling there, he's slowly strangling to death, kicking his legs every which way. But luckily on hand, there were 2 Yuma County deputies. They saw what happened, so they immediately rush over to Mr. Wheels and grab him by the legs. And then they pull. It takes him 12 minutes to die. But that's the one and only official execution from the Arizona Territorial Prison here in Yuma. Quite truthfully, actually. Now, the prison closed in 1909. The reason it closed because there was no more room for expansion. The city would not lease them any more land. So, by 1908, they had decided to move the prison to Florence, Arizona. The last superintendent here, Mr. Thomas Riney, had the duty of moving 418 men from Yuma to Florence, and he did it in small groups at a time, taking work crews to build the new prison. September 15th, 1909, the last 40 convicts are loaded up on the train for the transfer. That left the prison abandoned. I mentioned about the destruction, about the high school being here. Something else happened during the 1930s and 40s. Hollywood discovered the territorial prison. John Wayne, Gene Autry, Alan Ladd, Ernest Borgnine, Henry Fonda, Kirk Douglas are a few of the actors who made movies here. And basically that's when the legend of the prison began. You hear on these old Western, they happen to be in Dodge City, Kansas, and they'll say, we're going to send you down to Yuma. No, that's not the case. This prison only housed convicts who committed crimes in the territory of Arizona, not throughout the West. Now, the last movie ever to be filmed here was 1991, and that was a science fiction movie called Nemesis. One of the worst movies I've ever seen. I rented the movie so I could see the prison, see how much they showed on it, but it's really a sorry movie. But anyway, back to the territorial prison. The prison would have been completely destroyed had it not been for the veteran of foreign wars. They took an active interest in trying to preserve the site. They finally got the city of Yuma on the bandwagon, but by that time it was almost too late. Only about a third of the prison remained. But they did open the city museum, and it operated by the city for about 20 years until 1961. In 1961, that's when it became an Arizona State Park. The state, having more money for stabilization and restoration, began a restoration program. And also we had more access into the superintendent's records and the newspaper accounts of the days. So the information we provide to you on these tours are taken from those accounts. Now, this is going to end the tour of the grounds. You're welcome to go back to the museum. When you go in, you can go in right through the back door. You don't have to go all the way around again. But before you leave, I'd like to thank you very much for braving the Arizona heat here and being such a captive audience.
I didn't want for winter. Yeah.
What's in here? Oh, I see.
A lot of time on one of these beds, would you? They're bold. Not much room.
interesting, the frame, and what it's made out of. Fortune or something like that. There's the other tribe that's around here.
That's what it says up there, main guard tower. This is the Colorado River that runs through Yuma. And this must be the missions that we want to go see on the hill. This is St. Thomas Indian Mission, right across the river from the old town Yuma. Beautiful little church.
Beautiful statue yard out
This is the courtyard in front of the church, the mission. This little mission sits on top of a hill overlooking old Yuma. These are the two bridges across, one railroad bridge, the other bridge. But this is looking back into Yuma. And across the way is the prison that we just came from. Iron gates going into the church. Beautiful mission church. Our Lady of Lourdes grotto down below, which we'll go down and take a look. The cactus is growing around the little mission. And this is the grotto, the Lady of Lourdes. Saint Bernadette Saborius was born at Lourdes, France in 1844. At 14 years of age, she witnessed 18 apparitions of Our Blessed Lady of Lourdes, instructing her to make known the miraculous healing powers which the Blessed Virgin, by her presence, would give to the water at Lourdes. In 1866, Saint Marie Bernadette Saborius joined the Sisters of Charity at Loughlin, France, taking her perpetual vows in 1878. She was beatified by His Holiness Pope Pius XI in 1925 and canonized in 1933. Prayer. O God, protector and love of the humble, who hath bestowed upon your servant Marie Bernadette the favor of beholding the Immaculate Virgin Mary and of conversing with her, grant, we beseech you, that walking through the simple paths of faith we may deserve to behold you in heaven. Amen. This is all petrified wood around the Blessed Virgin Mary.
Petrified wood.
It's really warm here today. It's about 85 degrees. There are big, huge palm trees in front of the mission.
And these trees out here that are...
I'll try to take a picture inside the church. I'm getting a reflection off of the mirror.
You may not be able...
This is a good view of Yuma from the mission, of all of Yuma to the south and east. We're looking southeast now, and then the river valley where all the farm crops are grown along the rivers.
That is a nice view.
Then this is south, looking south, down the American Canal. Fort Yuma, originally called Camp Calhoun, the site was first used as a U.S. military post in 1849. A fire destroyed the original buildings. By 1855, the barracks had been rebuilt. Called Camp Yuma in 1852, it became Fort Yuma after Reconstruction. Transferred to the Department of Interior and to the Quitchin Indian tribe in 1884. It became a boarding school operated by the Catholic Church until 1900. California Registered Historical Landmark number 806. First registered June 1965. Plaque placed by State Department of Parks and Recreation in cooperation with the Quitchin tribe and the Squib Chapter E, Gladys, Swedish, April 29th, 1980. This is some of the structures, the old Indian structures in the museum, and I presume this is a museum here. Adobe house. This is a document signed by President Lincoln, Abraham Lincoln. There is his signature. It's a what? It looks like some kind of a...
Well, someplace
Oh, come on now. Some old hose reels, fire hose. This is a pulling bar for a ferry crossing. In the area of just north of Yuma, this is where all the vegetable crops are grown. This area is a field of head lettuce. Heads that are starting to form. You can see, and there is acres and acres of lettuce. On the other side, I think it's some kind of a broccoli or something. Now these are the date farms. This is where the dates are grown. Here's some of the palm trees that the dates are grown in. These are the palm trees where the dates are grown. Here's another one of the date farms where they grow dates off these palm trees. Across the way is new planted trees. This is a broccoli field here. This is more palm trees where they raise dates, and also all this is vegetable farms. Broccoli, raised about everything. Just palm trees all over. And this, I think, is a lemon tree. Now these are lemon trees here, I think. And there's more broccoli fields. There's a picker. And these are all lemon trees. We're going to pick a lemon, just for the hell of it. We are just outside of San Luis. And this is a lettuce farm. They're picking lettuce.
That's not a bad idea, Joe.
This is San Luis, Mexico. Dentist. Mexican Auto Insurance. And here's the obstacle.
like it has all kinds of
Shows what the pesos were there. You gotta take a picture of this. You can't speak English. This is BB.
Qué buena la oportunidad que está brindando su tienda Impacto del Madero y calle Cuarta aquí en San Luis, en la Puentita Esquina sentido Vila. Be the foreman there that put all the pictures there. Taking the lettuce and they're cleaning the putting it in a box. After they clean them up, they put them boxes loaded on the trailer carrier up behind them. These are another group of picking lettuce. Here's a busload of Mexicans, laborers. lettuce are left in the field. They're culls, I guess. And the horseshoe pitching pitch. Yeah, I like his hat.
Miniatures. Yeah, I do too. That's what you need, is a hat like that.
Yeah. All pewter.
Here, look at the little donkey sitting on the rock.
Uh-huh.
Isn't that neat?
This is the Sahati Farms, Arabian Farms.
Have you gotten to this
German vendors?
Yeah, we did the same thing. We went Friday.
I don't think it's been to a dentist, but he's got it underbelly.
If I had the zoom lens, I'd be great.
Get right up close. Watch those stones. Get a picture of me with a camera.
I got to change
Let's wait first.
Cattle Farm. I'd like to begin by giving you a little background information on the farm. This is privately owned. We specialize in breeding desert animals, especially animals that are native to Arabia. My husband is from Saudi Arabia, so that's why the connection there. There are about 15 species on the farm. 15 very impatient species on the farm. Most of them are found in Arabia. We do have a few exceptions though, so I will try to remember to tell you where all of the animals come from. We breed them here for different reasons. The animals on the first part of the tour are all domestic animals. These will be the camels, the Watusi cows, the water buffalo, and the pygmy goats. These are being bred primarily as a source of income. We sell most of the young ones born here every year. For example, the young camels are usually sold to private people who train them for camel rides, movies, races, plays, parades, etc. The other domestic animals here are unusual enough they normally end up on exhibit either in a zoo or a safari park or a petting zoo or some other situation similar to that. The animals that are on the far end of the farm are wild animals. Most of these are rare or endangered in the wild, so the reason for breeding them is to try to increase the numbers in captivity just a little bit. And some of the animals are really just kind of here for fun, too. So we'll try to tell you a little bit about all of the animals here. If you've looked around the farm, I'm sure you've noticed by now that all the camels here are the one-hump species. This is the species that was originally domesticated in the Arabian Peninsula, so it is known as the Arabian camel, and most of us know it as the dromedary. Two-humped camels come from China, India, Mongolia. They're called Bactrian camels. Both species, of course, are adapted to very hot, dry climates, and they can live for long periods without water. Now, for those of us that grew up believing that camel stores water in its hump, this is a very difficult adjustment, but camels do not store water in their bodies. So if you were taught that camel stores water in its body, forget it. A camel can go a long period without drinking, basically because it's a very water-efficient animal. It can recycle its body water over and over, for example. A camel can stand severe dehydration. People, most of us anyway, will die if we lose about 10 to 12% of our body water content. A camel can lose as much as 40% before it would die of dehydration. And they also do not have to temperature regulate the way other animals do, so a camel doesn't lose moisture, panting, or sweating to cool off. If we were to take away their water, these camels probably could survive anywhere from 6 to 10 days without drinking, even in the summer. A camel that can get out into the desert and find green vegetation can survive for several months and be able to get all the moisture from the green plants that they eat. Just a few other quick little things about the camel. Everything about it is something that will help it to survive in the desert. For example, watch their feet when they walk. They've got big, soft, squishy feet that spread out when they step on them. This keeps the camel from sinking into loose sand. They've got little slits for nostrils, which they can close up in a sandstorm so the sand won't blow up their nose. Beautiful long eyelashes so that their eyes are shaded from the bright sun and sand is kept out of their eyes. They also kind of make people jealous a little bit with those eyelashes. And their hump, which is their most noticeable feature, is where the camel stores its fat. It can use that as a food resource. If it can't get enough to eat, it can convert the fat in its hump to energy to survive with. The reason all of their fat's in one spot on their back like that is to insulate their insides from the hot sun. And since they don't have fat anywhere else, they get rid of heat through their sides and bellies. These camels are all females in this pen. They're born and raised here on the farm. The youngest one is about 3.5 years old now. The oldest one will be 5 years old on Valentine's Day. She's the one right in the middle of this group of three here, this big brown one here. That's our Valentine camel. Now these camels, as you can see, are very friendly, affectionate animals, and we really haven't done much to make them that way. A camel is just naturally really friendly and sweet. If you mistreat it or abuse it, it will develop bad habits as far as biting and being mean. And we've had camels for 7 years, and I've never seen one spit. So that's one thing you don't have to worry about here on this farm. The camels are very polite, and they won't spit at you. And none of them are mean to the point where they're going to run up to the fence and try to eat you or bite you. I shouldn't say eat you, because a camel will taste you. They're very curious animals. They learn about things by tasting. So a camel will taste anything if it gets a chance. The megaphone always looks good. My clothing usually looks good. They adore hats and hair, especially a straw hat. To a camel, a straw hat looks crunchy and delicious. So those of you with the straw hats, do be a little bit careful when you get up to the fence. They will try for your hat. But we would like to let you come up to the fence and make friends with the camels, those of you who haven't had a try at it. The best way to do that, the easiest way, is to get yourself a little handful of hay off the bench here. Let me kind of show you how. Be careful she doesn't fall up, okay? Yeah. I'll go ahead and give you all a few minutes here to interact with the camels, okay? Get your picture taken.
wait a minute. Wait a minute. All right, now put your hands up. Okay.
How about I got to do your picture?
Huh?
Oh. I'll take one with mine too.
So you can tell they're girl camels. See the eyelashes on them? Oh, wait.
Got it? Keep the way down.
Okay.
Here, Jordan, take a little bit bigger piece so you can grab it.
Jimmy, just stand up on the bench. Here, let me just have a little piece.
All right, let me know when you're ready.
Here.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, wait. Hello. Hello. Okay.
I want to touch it.
Wait, wait. Is that closer? So he won't bite you.
Victoria, a little more bite out of your hand. Watch out, Victoria. You need to make room.
Rolling in the hay like a fly.
That guy reaching in there. There you
What's in there?
Jimmy, I got a bunch right here on the ground.
What's your hat?
Really like a hat. These guys are off. Here, sorry.
You can come up to her and pet her. She loves people. She'll sometimes even stand against the side of the fence and just push herself right up so everybody can pet her. The one right behind her is named Hannah. Hannah is a taster. She'll come up to the fence and she'll reach out and grab your arm because it looks good to eat. So I want you to be aware. Hannah's the taster, Aziza is the petter. And I kind of try to keep my eye on Hannah at all times. So I've been giving tours here before with my back to the fence and had a mouth closed down over my head because my hair looked good that day. And that was Hannah.
When will they have their baby?
Usually in the wintertime. Yeah, camels carry their baby for about 13 months. And a female won't have a baby every year, usually. But most of our babies start coming around the first week of December, and by the end of April, we've had all or most of them. Now, somewhere in this pen is a male camel. If you can find a camel with a real big, tall hump and huge, stocky front legs, kind of back to me, but he's standing right there under the shade. Great, big, huge head and neck. That's the breeding male. He's the father of the 14 teenagers you just met, and he's sired all 75 or 76 or something like that babies since we've had him. I'm losing count. But the rest of these are his wives. They're on down here a little bit further. Yeah, we'll see them after we see this group here, yeah. This one that's making all the noise, her name is Aisha, and she's a complainer. We don't know why she complains. Anything, everything, nothing, you name it. She just complains all the time. But she's demonstrating to you the kind of noise the camel makes. People always ask me, and I can never reproduce it. So now you know what kind of noise.
Watch your hat, Uncle Frank.
Do they bite like a horse would bite when they bite?
No. Actually, most of them, if they were going to taste you, they'd feel at you a little bit first. They'll usually feel at you with their lips, and then they might gently take a bite. Let me see your lip here. She doesn't like this, but they don't have any teeth on their upper gum. Can you see that there? Oh, I'm sorry. The male does. And the male's got big curved fangs on his upper gum, so we have to keep an eye on him. We don't want you to be tasted by the male. He can really hurt you. But a horse, if a horse bites you, you can lose a finger. If a female camel bites you, you feel like your hand's caught in a vise, but you can pull it out. You won't even have a bruise.
Frank,
You won't
that's the
break
biter.
skin. You will have a slimy hand, which you'll have to go wash. But it's not anything.
He's just gonna go through it anyway.
That's the taster. This is another taster right here. We gotta watch him. This one. Does she have a bloody nose? Sometimes they're just moving around in here and they'll bang their noses. Oh, we're sorry. Yeah, no, you can't have the megaphone, yeah. Okay. Now the camels in here, all the camels on the farm are wearing their winter coat right now. You probably noticed that they're fuzzy and soft. This will start to peel off. In fact, look, this one's kind of starting to get loose there. But it starts to peel off usually when the days start to get longer, and that tells them summer's on the way. So their coat will loosen up and just pull off in big hunks, kind of like an American buffalo. If any of you have seen one shedding in a zoo, they look like a mess. These camels look like ragged moth-eaten blankets. They flap in the breeze. They're very embarrassing. But in the summertime, they're smooth and slick underneath so that they can stay cool. And the wool of the camel is considered very good quality wool. This is what your camel hair coats and jackets and sweaters are made out of. We don't have enough camels in North America for us to have much of a market for it commercially here. But that's one of the reasons they raise camels overseas, for the wool. Okay, we'll go ahead and move on down to the end and let you look at the little ones. Here with three mothers. The light-colored one that's kind of there with her mother in the center of the pen is a female born January the 7th. She's the oldest of this group there. Good, she moves. It always makes me nervous if they don't move. Okay. The two little brown ones over there, I believe each one is close to its own mother. So the one here towards the front of the pen, standing out into the sun a little bit, that mother has a young male, a baby male, who was born January 17th. The little brown one there under the shade is a female born the 18th of January. So these are our little guys. Now you can see, hopefully if we stand here for a minute, one of these little babies will stand up for you, but there's not much of a baby camel that legs can stand when they're first born. Their little bodies actually have grown quite a bit since they were born. So when they stand up, you'll be surprised at how long the legs are compared to their mothers. Most of the length is there when they're born. Baby camels don't have any body fat when they're born, so there really isn't a hump. It usually takes 3 to 4 weeks before they'll develop much of a hump. So you can kind of see the light one's got a little mound there. There's one. Look at this little brown one that stood up. There's not much there on the back, and what it is, yeah, you can pull it up and stretch it every which way. It kind of wiggles when you walk. You got that one too. Your baby stand up. She said, okay, this could be dangerous. cows is a ewe, although I'd like to change its name. He gets all upset when I bring up the cow of most of these. She's about 8 years old. The one in there with the shortest horns is about 2.5 now. But the horns will grow a little bit longer every year. They don't shed these horns. And the cows can live into their 20s, so they can eventually get to be extremely massive. Amongst the Watusi people, cattle are a form of wealth. They don't really use the cows for meat very much because they can't keep a lot of cows out in the desert. But they do use them for milk, and milk is their staple food. Now, you would need probably 10 or 12 of these to get as much milk as you can get from one dairy cow, so nobody else in the world would consider this to be a milk cow. But dairy cows can't live out in the middle of the desert the way these cows can. So cows are a form of wealth. If you're a Watusi man, the more cows you own, the richer you are. And the bigger the horns on your cows, the more prestige you have as the owner. The cows are specifically bred to have large horns just because they're a status symbol for the owner of the cow. There's no practical reason for these cows to have horns this size, as far as the cow is concerned. They don't need a horn like this to fight off predators because people do that for them, and they really don't fight amongst each other. The horn is the same thing that our fingernails are made out of, so it isn't as heavy as it looks, but it's not really worth anything. You can carve it into buttons or spoons or knife handles or other useful items, but it really has no value. This is an animal that we basically breed to sell. These are usually sold to situations where they would be on exhibit, either a zoo or a safari park, or a private breeder who likes to have cows to show at different shows or state fairs and things like this. Unfortunately, there is no bull on the farm right now, so we aren't breeding at the time. Okay.
These are Watusis.
Asian water buffalo in this pen. This is not a desert animal from Arabia, which is what I told you we specialized in at the beginning of the tour. These are tropical animals from Asia. I just talked to my husband and said, we saw some of these a few years back, and I kind of thought they had cute faces. And so I talked my husband into buying these. That's basically what they're doing here. They're really just kind of here for fun. I did promise that we would sell all the babies, so every spring we round up when babies have been born and take them on to show them. And they'll usually end up in a zoo, a petting zoo, safari park, something like that. Now, water buffalo can survive in the desert. They're native to a hot climate. Their climate is
That's water buffalo.
we make sure they've got a mud wallow to love in. They can live here in the desert. These have been towards the pen. You see the bull standing in the mud hole. In the summertime, we have to expand that front end of the pen, the big mud hole. And they pretty well will stay coated with thick, wet mud all summer long to keep cool. We've got 3 cows in here. Each one of the cows usually has a baby a year, so there are 3 little female babies in here this year. The youngest one is the one with the shortest horns, and she was born November 11th. The oldest one's about 7 or 8 months old now. But this is the standard beast of burden in tropical Asia. People hitch these to plows and use them to plow the rice paddies. They pull carts. People ride up their backs. Basically, in general, they're a very big, slow-moving, placid, docile animal. A water buffalo can be dangerous if it feels threatened. For example, the military people that were in Vietnam and the Philippines sometimes had problems with the water buffalo charging at them because they felt that they were a threat, I think. And in India, there are authenticated stories of water buffalo herds tracking tigers through the jungle and stampeding over them, killing them. The tiger, of course, would be the only natural predator for a full-grown water buffalo. Okay. Okay, let me make some introductions here. Over in this small pen, the one with the really handsome beard and the long, sharp, shiny horns is Frederick the male. The really round one here in the big pen is Blossom the female. And the little squirt there in the corner gobbling grass as fast as he can is Freddie. Freddie was born September 5th of 94. These are African pygmy dogs, and as you can tell by the name, they are native to Africa, and they don't get very big. They're a very efficient breed of goat. This is a domestic animal that was developed to live in the desert by nomads. We've done studies with goats where they've measured the amount of food a female eats and compared to the amount of milk it gives. And the pygmy goat actually has the best food-to-milk ratio. It's the most efficient breed of goat. Now, Blossom, we think, is pregnant. I say we think, we're not sure. We put her in with the male in December and brought her back out again. It's a 5-month gestation period, and she is a little bit rounder than normal, so I don't know if she's pregnant or she's just gone off her diet. But she's naturally pot-bellied, and when she gets close to having kids, if she is pregnant, she'll get about twice as big around as she is now. She's really funny.
Is this a full-grown one?
Yeah, she's full-grown. She's about 5 years old now.
And how old is that one over there?
The big one? Oh, the little guy, he was born September, so about 5 months. About 5 months.
Dang, and he's already full-grown?
The mother, or the baby, he's getting close to full-grown. The mother, she's definitely full-grown, yeah. They don't get very big. You can see even the baby's got a little round pot belly there.
Didn't she already have one?
She had him in September, yeah. I think she's pregnant again, yeah. Either that or she's just gained weight. She's gone off her diet. Okay, we'll go ahead. This is landlocked swan, and this is a very vain and egotistical bird. We have to go in the reason I get tourists to bring people in here to admire him, so please admire. Swan, you can feel all these vibrations. Anyway, we originally brought the swan in. This was part of the landscaping. Again, he's just turning it for fun. I didn't really plan to put him on the tours because I figured most people could look at this bird and know that he was a swan. There was no point in me stopping and showing it. After he'd been here for about 3 or 4 months, he noticed that all the other animals were getting talked about him. He was getting ignored. So he started to throw temper tantrums. And I finally had to put him on the tour to keep him happy. But he's a species that comes from Northern Europe. He's known as a mute swan. These swans don't trumpet or scream or whoop like the swans that are native to North America do. Only in South America. And he happens to be the only thing on the farm that's not naturally found in a hot climate. Swans are all from cold northern climates. This one has lived here for 3.5 years now, so he's survived 3 humid summers, and that makes him officially a desert swan. But he survives basically by staying in the pool all summer long. Now he's a bachelor, and to me he's never acted lonely, so I haven't been too concerned about getting him a female. But people that come here often feel sorry for the swan because he doesn't have a mate. So I did promise him I'd try to find him a mate last January, and he's still looking. In the meantime, we bought him a couple of ducks over in the very far corner. They're trying to be inconspicuous. These little brown ducks. These are called ruddy-tailed ducks, and they're old-world ducks. They are found along the coastal lagoons of Arabia. Lancelot hates these ducks because they're homing in on his time. Notice I have to stop and spend 30 seconds showing you what kind of ducks they are. So these ducks are kind of getting in on his stuff, I guess. Okay, now the Lancelot's had his little moment of glory. We'll go ahead and move on over to this. Our animals here are called Nubian ibex, and as you can tell by looking at them, they're related to domestic goats. However, the Nubian ibex is a wild animal, and it's a desert subspecies of the ibex family. These are found in eastern Africa and in Arabia, and they will live in the more mountainous part of the desert. Their main defense against predators is their coloring. As you can see, they're dressed in protective camouflage. Now, for example, that little guy out there against the tree, if the sun were hitting him just right, he would hold perfectly still. He is sometimes really difficult to spot, even in this tent. But out in the wild, when these animals are on the side of a hill covered with bushes and boulders and sand, they're almost impossible to see. And so when danger is around, they will lie down so that you can't see their light-colored bellies and their striped legs, and hold perfectly still. Now, we would like to start breeding these here on the farm because they are becoming fairly rare in the wild, and there aren't a lot of them being bred in captivity. So our goal is to build up a small to medium-sized herd. We're still a long way from that. We don't expect babies anytime soon because these are twin brothers. We could get a female. Hopefully we'll be able to get some females this spring. I think they told us. So at that point we'll split the boys up and go from there.
Well, these are?
Oryx. They belong to the Old World antelope family. They're not related to pronghorns, but they're related to gazelles, impalas, elands, kudus, things like that. There are about 5 species of oryx. They're all found in the deserts of Africa and Arabia. And these are animals that are known to be able to go several months without water. The Arabian oryx, for example, has been known to go up to 9 months without water, and the 2 that they knew did that were both nursing females. They can get all their moisture from green plants and from dew, just like the camel does. Now, we've got 2 species of oryx here on the farm. The one that's hard to see there in the first pen, and the ones down in the third pen are from Arabia, and they are known as the Arabian oryx. The ones in the center pen come from the Sahara in northern Africa, and these are commonly known as the scimitar-horned oryx. Now, as you can see, these animals don't have to worry about camouflage, or they aren't worried about camouflage. White is a very conspicuous color. It's a very good color to wear in the desert because it reflects heat and keeps an animal cooler. The reason they don't worry much about camouflage, they have 2 very good reasons. The first one is that since they can live so many months without drinking water, they very rarely come into contact with predators. Any predator large enough to tackle an oryx needs to stay close to water. The other reason, and the biggest reason I think, is those horns. An intelligent predator usually will not take on an animal with horns like that. These guys will fight back, and those are very sharp, excellent weapons, actually. An animal up to the size of a leopard can be seriously injured and sometimes even killed by an oryx fighting in self-defense. So they'll usually go off and look for a gazelle or an ibex or something a little easier to tackle. These are both endangered species. The Arabian oryx disappeared from the wild about 20 years ago as a result of overhunting. Today there are around 2,000 of them, which is a big improvement because they originally started with about 7. And they have been able to be reintroduced to the wild. No one has seen a scimitar-horned oryx in the Sahara for 2 or 3 years now, so they're also thought to be extinct in the wild as a result of the drought. But there are a lot of these in North America in captivity, so hopefully once the drought is over and the desert's recovered, they'll also attempt to reintroduce the scimitar-horned oryx. As far as the groupings in here, the one by himself sulking down there is a bachelor male. The others are family groupings. In the center pen, we started with a male-female pair of scimitar-horned oryx. They've had 2 female offspring. The youngest one in there was just born this past June. The Arabian oryx, we also started with a male-female pair, and they've also had 2 offspring, 1 female, 1 male. The little one is the young male, and he was born in September of '94. One other quick little thing about the Arabian oryx before we move on. If you can get the ones with the straight horns, get just exactly sideways to them and get them to hold still, it looks like they just have 1 horn. And this is supposedly the animal that is behind all the stories of the unicorn. Big pin where you can kind of see them. These are very similar to the twin brothers down at the far end, the Nubian ibex, so I won't really go over all that as far as their habit and their camouflage habits. These are found in Arabia, Iran, Turkey, the Greek islands, and on the island of Crete. And most historians believe the wild goat is the actual ancestor of our domestic goats. They think that they were domesticated on Crete thousands of years ago. And then we'll go on to the ostrich. This is a lot like the swan. He thinks that I bring people here just for you to look at. Now, ostriches aren't very smart. You can tell just by looking at that head, there's not a lot of room up there for a brain. If I'm going to be generous, I could tell you his brain's the size of a grape, and I would be exaggerating. With his limited intelligence, he thinks that anything with 2 legs is another ostrich. And this is why he's walking up and down, waving his wings around you and striking all these handsome ostrich poses. He's looking for a mate. Twice a day I bring him down plots of silly-looking short-necked ostriches to look over. Actually, I think he's getting desperate. He's been here for 2 years, and so far hasn't managed to entice anyone into the pen with him. Ostriches are desert creatures. They're native to the deserts of Africa and Arabia. And there are 2 subspecies of ostrich in the wild. The ones in South Africa have bluish-gray-colored skin, and they're called blue-necked. They had red-colored skin like this one does, and this is what they call a red-necked ostrich. The adult male red-necked ostrich is the world's largest bird. They've been known to reach up to 9 feet tall. This one is about 8.5 feet tall, and he weighs over 300 pounds, so he's a pretty good-sized bird. We got him when he was 3 years old. That was about 2 years ago. He was mating age then, and I thought that meant he was full grown, and I was wrong. He's grown 6 inches since we had him. So I don't know when he's going to stop growing, hopefully soon. He happens to be the most dangerous thing we've got on the farm. We don't ever get into the pen with the ostrich. An adult male ostrich is territorial, and if you get into his territory, he will attack you and try to chase you out. He'll also fight in self-defense. He can bite out big hunks of you with his beak. He can rip you open with the claw on his big foot. There, he could disembowel you. And if he kicks backwards, he probably has enough power to kill a lion. He could easily kill a man. So we don't go into the pen with him. He is very territorial. And it's funny. His territory ends with the chain link fence. So you notice you're all right up there against the fence, and he's just as nice as could be. If you could just step that extra fraction of the fence through the wire, this bird would totally change. He'd turn bright red, he'd charge at you, he'd hiss at you, he'd try to bite and kick you and get you out of his pen.
Okay.
It's a real adventure to come in to feed him, because even though we've got that pipe barrier there, he still considers his territory all the way out to the end here, and he's constantly trying to reach over the pipe fence there and bite you. Now, I did want to just mention one other little thing about the ostrich. Since he is a desert bird, he has to dress for the hot weather, and this is why no feathers on the upper legs. Ostriches wear shorts, and that helps heat to escape from their bodies. He's completely bare under his wings, and he's got bare patches all along his belly, and it's all just heat lines. Oh, okay. We'll go ahead and move on back here to the small cages next.
Okay. Well, we were at that ostrich farm over by Quatacho Peak, you know?
Yeah.
We got 1,500 in there.
Yeah. Oh, they have that many now?
That's what they said, 1,500.
They'll bite.
I was running out of things for the tours, so I just took a couple of cats and put them in the cage here. You believe that? Don't you dare say that. Now, these are wild cats. This is Ashley, the female here. The lazy bones there in the box. The terrible Tom, the male. Now, the wildcat is native to Europe, found anywhere from northern Europe, all through Europe, into North Africa, Arabia, the deserts of India, and possibly China. This is the Arabian subspecies, and like the other desert subspecies, it can live in a hot climate, but it does need to drink water fairly often. So in the wild, they make their territories overlapping an oasis or some other place they can go and get water. They mainly prey upon rodents and small birds. Occasionally, a male will take a full-grown rabbit, and they've even been known to take gazelle fawns. But they really depend upon the smaller animals. Now, the reason these cats look and act just like a domestic cat is because they're the ancestor of the domestic cat. According to archaeologists, the ancient Egyptians were the first to domesticate wild cats. They probably started keeping them around because they could control the rodent population with cats. And it took about 1,000 years to domesticate the cat, or to get it to the point where we would consider it a tame animal. So they aren't really very easy to socialize. These two are second-generation captive bred, but they're still really very wild. He won't let me touch him. Look at her moving her tail there. Look at it. Just like... They're a little bit disgusted with me. Every now and then on the tour, I'll pick them a little bits of grass, and they like to chew on green things. They haven't got anything in the pen. And if I don't bring the grass, it's kind of like a big disappointment, so they're a little bit upset at me now. But cats were sacred in ancient Egypt. They were protected by different laws. For example, it was strictly forbidden to harm a cat or to kill a cat. If a cat died in someone's house, all the members of the house would shave their eyebrows as a sign of mourning for the cat. The cat's body was sent to the embalmers, made into a cat mummy, and then it was buried in a special cat burial ground. And they dig up hundreds of thousands of these cat mummies in Egypt still. It was a capital crime to remove a cat from Egypt. If you were caught taking a cat over the borders of Egypt, they put you to death. They think eventually Greek traders managed to smuggle some out on ships. From there, of course, the domestic cat has kind of conquered the world. This is the original. Okay, we'll go on down here. But I will just quickly tell you that the sand cat gets its name because it's found out in the hot, sandy deserts in Arabia, Africa, and parts of Asia. And this is an animal that can live its entire life in the wild without drinking water. Sand cats get all their moisture from the small rodents that they prey on. I don't know for sure, you know, to tell you the truth. It's been a long time since anybody but me has been in here. This is a caracal, and this is the female. Her name is Roxanne. The couch potato in here is Zach. And if you heard the kind of hissing little business as they got out, it was because she decided to come out and move around for you, and he didn't want his nice soft pillow to leave, so he's trying to hold her back, is what he does. As she's getting out, she gets mad at him. And the caracal is another species of wild feline. It's native to Arabia, Africa, and Asia. It's kind of a medium-sized cat. She probably weighs about 25 or 30 pounds. He probably weighs close to 40 pounds. Now, these cats are designed for speed. You can tell by looking at the body conformation. The front legs are shorter than the back legs. And when these cats run, they run just like cheetahs run, the same type of motion. They don't run as fast as a cheetah, not even close, but they are the fastest of the smaller, medium-sized cats. And their preferred prey in the wild would be the gazelle, which is also what a cheetah will hunt. That tells you that not only is the cat very fast, it's very powerful. I'm not sure. I've never read some speed, you know, like they've clocked it. But it can bring down a cat or an animal almost 3 times its own size, its own weight. For example, a male caracal in Africa hunts an animal called a reed buck, which is almost the size of a white-tailed deer. So it's a cat that can bring down a pretty powerful or pretty large-sized prey. No, we don't. I don't think she'd have the slightest idea, actually. Once a mouse ran through the cage, and she's got great reflexes, so she caught the mouse, no problem. And then she sat there with it in her paw and kind of looked at it like, what do I do next? And the mouse jumped up and ran back out of the cage again. So that was her one and only adventure with hunting, I think. This is another cat that was familiar to the ancient Egyptians. They never did attempt to domesticate the caracal, but one of their goddesses was depicted as a caracal. So you see lots of paintings of these cats in their old tombs. And there's a statue you see a lot of a cat with big ears, sits on a pedestal. It's a real royal-looking cat. It's a reproduction of an old Egyptian statue of a caracal. Now, these cats were commonly used by man up until fairly recently. For example, in Africa, North Africa, and Arabia, they were tamed and trained to hunt gazelles. In India, they were trained to hunt birds, which is something a caracal will do in the wild, but it really doesn't prefer birds in the wild. But you can tame it and train it to hunt birds. You can take a caracal out into a field of birds, and it can actually knock down or disable 10 to 12 birds for you before the birds can get away. It's got powerful paws, so one swipe of a paw, and the bird is kind of out of commission. And also the cat can jump about 6 feet straight up in the air, so it can even catch low-flying birds as the flock is taking off. This one will, sometimes. It depends. She won't stay for very long, you know, maybe 2 or 3 seconds, but she'll let me pick her up. She'll come up to me and touch noses with me, and she's just real gentle. The male is usually just wants to be left alone. Sometimes he'll feel affectionate, come and rub against my legs, and then I can reach down and pet him, but most of the time he just wants you to leave him alone. But he's not dangerous, which is nice.
Will I ever
You know, these wouldn't attack an adult. These two wouldn't because they were bottle raised. But I've seen when we've had small tours and little tiny kids, you know, both cats are over here in the corner and the same pose that they're in if they're hunting like domestic kitty cat, you know. They'd look upon a small child as prey. So whether or not these would go beyond just jumping on the little kid and knocking it down, I don't know. But a wild caracal, if I got into the cage with it, it could be really dangerous. We fox left out there. We've got 4 fennec foxes in this pen, and they're a little bit jumpy, as some of you may have noticed. The fennec fox is such a small animal that any larger animal can take it as prey, even a hawk. So they tend to be really nervous. But the fox that you see there, and in fact all of the foxes in this pen are full-grown adults. They weigh about 3 pounds each, and this makes them the smallest of all the wild canines, but they have relatively the largest ears of any of the canines. These large ears help them to get rid of body heat, just like jackrabbits and caracals. This is why a lot of desert animals have larger ears. The fennec fox is another animal that can live without drinking water, probably its entire life if necessary. It inhabits the sandy deserts of Arabia and part of the Sahara in Africa, and it would live in tunnels under the sand. Now, out in the wild, you won't see a fennec fox above ground in the daytime, again, because it's so vulnerable to predators. But they dig tunnels under the sand that are about 1 foot deep and several yards long, sleep underground in the daytime, where they're safe from enemy eyes, and then come out and look for food at night. Another good reason for sleeping underground is in the summertime in the desert, an animal a foot underground is going to be about 25% cooler than it will be right at ground surface.
Oh, there's a sand cat. Got his eyes closed, asleep.
Squinty-eyed.
You know, we learn a lot of things.
Here, camel! Here, camel!
Careful, I'll hold you. Ready?
Woo! Is Corey about 2.5?
Yes, she is.
She's making me homesick for my granddaughter.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm going to have to
Oh, you do? You have a picture of the camel.
Show her the picture of your camel story?
But the camel is up.
I've been watching you feed those camels. You like that, don't you?
You
So
like
you
it,
chuckle
don't
and laugh. Oh, goodness.
Good. Whoa, you guys can. Oh, you guys. These guys
Yeah, this is, looks like a young orchard just planted. Whether it's lemon, I suppose it's lemon trees. Now these are the things I'd like to know what they are in each one of these lemon orchards. They have a propeller on them and they have propane tank. And here's some of the lemon trees. And there's one of those, whatever they are, I won't find out before I leave here. They have a propeller on them, as these here do. And they're scattered out among the lemon groves. We're entering Algones, Mexico. Algodones, how do you pronounce it? Algodones, Mexico. And those are beautiful trees. I don't know what they are, but they're...
Here. On that side, but take the name on Look at these.
You need one after last night.
We got your name on a grain of rye. Oh, you're kidding. And then a scorpion. Isn't that cute? How much are they? I don't know. $3.
Talking to you.
Porque está solo allá. No, ya sé, Tell us when we can take them, honey.
Well,
Well, we're together, so we'll have to wait for mine to get done. Because we're in no hurry, because we don't want to mess it up.
oh, okay. Just let him drive for another
Okay.
few time and you can take it, okay? Because I don't want you to mix it up.
How many minutes did it take you to do that? Well, he just started on hers. He did, these two. I don't know. He didn't sign it. Yeah. I'm glad you gave me clouds, whether I like them.
Oh, yeah.
No, dear.
Hay que traer tu carro, no, hombre, no hay parqueadero.
¿No?
No, a lo mejor lo regresé para atrás, para allá, para allá, para el cuarto.
Oh, allá en el
We
negocio.
would have bought one that's just painted, but we don't have any wallpaper. And we saw that he has plates, but he said he's been doing plates for over a year. But we never noticed anyone buying the plates last year. Did you sign that, honey?
Yeah, right there, just...
Oh, okay, I see it now. Yeah. Set up on his own. But he brushed it too, but he likes to do this better. Yeah.
Día con día va uno conociendo otras cosas. La práctica hace al maestro.
Así como aprendiste en la noche. Cosas, ¿verdad? Yo digo que está.
Ajá. Roadrunner?
Oh, definitely. That's a desert.
Okay, you want male or female?
I'll have to catch you first find out what it is. Oh, is she? Yeah. Male or no, it's the female ones.
Yeah.
Roadrunners. Can I hurry up here? It's the female ones that are both colorful. Not it's the opposite. I can only dust it so many times. What would you, is there anything that I would get to clean it with?
You can use Windex.
Windex?
Yes.
And it won't hurt it, huh?
And you can even wash it with water. Don't put them into the dishes, wash it. You just use water and let it dry, and then you can use soft cloth to dry it.
Oh.
Don't pull them out too hard. Just
with
gentle.
With plain water.
Yes.
Okay.
Get the dust off?
Yeah.
Yeah. And don't rub real hard, just with a real soft, or he says Windex too. Because you know, if it sits out, then the dust.
You want birds on the sky? Because that one it won't have.
That's okay, I'll want birds. Right above you.
Okay?
How much are your plates?
$12.
Sir? Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, this is what he starts with.
Well, it's gonna be pretty nice. Look at that.
This is our plate he's painting on.
Walk down that way to yours. Yeah, uh-huh. It's amazing.
You want a road runner?
A road runner? Did you make me some clouds?
Okay. A road runner, you want male or female?
The male is the most colorful. We want a male. Yeah, probably. Probably runs for sturdy. Probably strutting.
You don't want birds in the sky, huh?
No birds in the sky.
Okay, look, anything else?
That's nice.
Well, what do you think about all this?
Lots of fun.
M-I-N-O-L. M-I-N. Yeah. O-L. Isnol. There's 10 milligrams. 10 milligrams. Bye.
Okay, you ready to go through customs, huh? I'm taking it. Showing how we go back through customs. That okay?
That's enough.
You go in there and see if they check you through first.
I'll just put the camera down and I'll check it.
Huh? Alcodones.
In your way, I'm sorry. You want a float? Double wide.
That's something, isn't it?
Cloud?
Cloud?
Yeah, it'll make it pretty close.
The battery gone.
Oh, it's been gone. In other words, it died when he was holding the one up to show the other lady. You want bird? You want bird?
Yes. You want the pounds different than that? No, that's fine.
I don't think the sun over there has the little mountain. I like it better without the mountain.
Well, I do. This color looks better. Mountain looks.
I like this better
Masterpiece.
Beautiful.
Alright, so, John Stever, Here.
We're coming back.
Okay, let's go. What I wonder is how they close this place up and they're not selling unless somebody stay here day and night. This is Sun Gardens in Bard, California. What? Okay. Ah, here's a field of broccoli. Looks like it's about ready to head off. It's ready to get close to picking time. This here is the All-American Canal. This is Imperial Irrigation District. This is where the All-American Canal starts. They pump water out of the Colorado River, and this is where it is pumped in, where it begins to flow south towards Yuma and on to Tucson, Arizona. This is where the All-American Canal starts. There is the Colorado River, and then here is the canal where they pump the water into the canal. This is the United States Department of the Interior, Bureau of Reclamations. Imperial Diversion Dam. Length 3,500 feet. Height of overflow section 41 feet. All American Canal headworks. Maximum diversion 15,000 second feet. Length of canal 81 miles. This was built in 1935, 1938. This is downstream from the diversion dam. Here's some little fellas, little ducklings, little ducks. They're small. Now this tower you see up on top of this little hill up here is the radio tower control that controls all of the dams that are above this on the Colorado River. It controls all the big Powell. I think Powell Reservoir is one, but whenever water needs to be, more water needs to be put in this canal for the use down below, this radio controls, it opens the ones above, so it lets more water down. Now up here above these walls here, you see a fisherman out there fishing. That is the river. That's the Colorado River. That's where this water comes, and it comes through these filters right here. See the filters? They're periodically cleaned, and the machine here cleans them, and at the other end it loads it into trucks and hauled out into the desert. This all flows down below. It flows down, and below here, where the mud and everything settles out in the settling basins here, on downstream. You can see them down there. They're settling basins, and then from there on, it's dumped into it goes on into the canal. This here is the release of river water, the south edge of this dam, that lets the water go on down the river. This thing's all operated by remote control. There's another one of your little ducks. They're tiny little things. But there is a machine that cleans the, I call them filters, the water runs through. This guy out here is trying hard to catch him a fish. Oh, there's more down here fishing. Must be a good fishing hole. Anyway, there is the filtering system. There's fish flopping down there. And we have our campers too over there on the other side. My understanding is that once every couple months or so they flood this park area to water the grass. It's soaking in now. It'll eventually soak down where they use the park again. These are settling basins. We are at the Paz County Park at Parker, about 7 miles north of Parker, Arizona. This is their driving greens, their practice greens. This is the golf course that's just across the road from the resort park, the RV park. This is, I think, an 18-hole golf course. This is the golf course entrance here. And this is the trailer park. This is the RV park. This is the Park of Lookups park. This is a beautiful Colorado River that runs along this resort. Clear, beautiful water. Palm trees. And these are the RV parking along the river. And the boat ramps where they put their boats in. This is what they call day camp. Guess you have picnics here. This is a nice camping area that we got by ourselves. Have our own picnic bench. Restroom, shower house right here. Everything's pretty convenient. This is the dry dock area. This is where they dry dock. This is the backup water that comes off. Now these are the surrounding hills around the park.
Wiping parts from one boat, trying them on the other boat.
That's just like real racing, isn't it?
Yeah.
All around that most fun and they're just really
This is along the river just north of Parker, about 5 or 6 miles, or just south of where we're staying at La Paz County Park. On the trailers.
Filled out lead, so he probably thinks he forgot him. But we didn't. Oh, I'm just gonna look in here.
There's a vapor trail above the cloud over in the west on its sunset.
Parker Dam, height 320 feet, crest length 856 feet, depth below riverbed 235 feet, height above riverbed 85 feet, height to top of superstructure 383 feet, 5 spillway gates, each gate 50 by 50, weight 250 tons, 4 generators, 30,000 kVA each, 4 turbines, 40,000, 8 horsepower each, operating head average 78 feet. Havasu Lake storage capacity active 619,400 acre feet. Maximum water surface elevation 450 feet above sea level. Length 45 miles. Average width 1 mile. Area 25,000 acres. Built in 1938. These are the gates. This is above the dam. Looks like we have fishermen out here. Probably fishing for trout. This is supposed to be the tallest dam ever built anywhere. I think the overall height from bottom to the top of the structure is 368 feet. Correction on that last statement says 856 feet is the height of it. No, I'm wrong on that. Its height is 383 feet. We're going into the structure now to take a look.
In the ground or in the rock?
It's growing off of self-guided tours. Sign your right name. turbine water wheels there. It weighs how much? 60,000 pounds.
Spillway gates. Each has a flood-controlled discharge capacity of 60,000 cubic feet per second. The 63-foot-high superstructure that rises above the roadway of the dam houses the hoist motor and gear which raise and lower these spillway gates. The large green tanks along the back of the power plant are transformers that step up the voltage of the power coming from the generators from 6,900 volts to 161,000 volts. The higher voltage is more efficiently transmitted over long distances. Over the downstream edge of the transformer deck, you can see the swirling water after it has passed through the turbine. The water is not charged or polluted in any manner from its passage through the power plant. This concludes your self-guided tour of Parker Dam Power Plant. We hope you have enjoyed it. If you would like to learn more about this reclamation development, take one of the information pamphlets at the desk near the elevator. When you are ready to leave, you may take the elevator up to the parking area.
That water is clear, isn't it?
And those palms are growing in the rock.
Well, they got plenty of water. Yeah, they can see that's that forest rock they were talking about. The cacti grows off the.
They probably put it.
This is the water coming out of the turbine. This is where it comes out. You see two streams of water. There's only two turbines running right now. Elevator, you go up an elevator. Well, that's pretty nice, isn't it?
You didn't expect to walk, did you?
There's all the... Well, that's for maintenance. They don't want you to go up there, that's all power stuff. This is just above the dam. If you're a fisherman. Beautiful lake. There's the dam powerhouse. The lamps, the street lamps are different, aren't they?
This is a restaurant, huh? Okay.
Just walk on and take off. Where you guys from? Wichita, Kansas. Oh, I'm from Colorado. Okay. Is that right? Yep. This is gorgeous here. And in case you do get children, you do have to have some boat. Okay. You may not need one, but they're there just in case. Okay. Right down this walkway here. Let's go to the walkway, Joe.
And we're going to take a tour on this boat here.
More times for danger, one needs a blind pen. So I thought I'd do that anyway. Now, my name is Captain Claude. I want to thank each and every one of you for coming aboard our boat. Life jackets above your head and your life jackets up to the rear. Now, the lake. How did the lake get its name? The lake got its name simply because when they built the Parker Dam in 1938, they backed up the Colorado River behind the dam, Parker Dam, and we're going to name it the Parker Reservoir. Instead of naming it the Parker Reservoir, they named it Havasu. It's simple. They invited these Indians to the celebration, and the Indians said, my gosh, look at all that blue-green water. Blue-green water means Havasu in Indian language, so they named it Lake Havasu instead of the Parker Reservoir. And Pi, P-A-I, means people. We are the people of blue-green water. You see this duck here with the black body and the white bill to the right of us? That's called a mud hen or a coot. And when you hear the expression, the old coots are coming back for the winter, I want you to realize we're not talking about the visitors. We're talking about those birds. And the white and blue boat to the left of us, straight ahead, that's the gambling boat. If you want to go up there, have a landing, go right ahead. You catch it over there. Now, if you look to the right, you'll see the London Bridge. Now, the London Bridge has a lot of markings, numbers around it. The markings, numbers around the bridge are the architect and engineer's markings when they reassembled the bridge here in 1968. In 1970 was completed, 71. Took 3 years to rebuild the bridge from London, England. Now, if you look above the arches, you see the nest above the arches, straight ahead? The nest above the arches are the swallow's nest. Beneath the swallow's nest, you see all the numbers. The numbers beneath the swallow's nest are for the swallows' mailing address so they get their mail throughout the year.
Hey, sir! Hey, sir! Do you have any great coupon for your guests?
And if you look to the left of us, you'll see some sun shining at the end of the arch. At the end of the arch, you'll see some chips and scars. Those chips and scars were caused in World War II when planes were firing at barges that were hiding underneath the bridge at the time. We're going to go straight out and take a right-hand turn and stop the boat. If you wish to take a nice picture of the bridge from the boat, please do so from the starboard side to the right-hand side. If you come up forward to take a picture, I assure you, this gate will not open up, it won't. Ever since we lost a grandmother and teenager out the front gate, we have learned how to put a lock on it, so it's very safe. Come up forward and take a picture. We found the grandmother anyway.
Great coupon!
I don't like to go in front of a boat. We'll walk it down here.
Yeah, I know, I guess it's a good one.
I'll give you a minute history of London Bridge. First of all, the London Bridge was designed and engineered by an architect. His name was Sir John Rennie. And that was in the year 1824. In 1831, the bridge had been completed. The bridge is 952 feet long, 50 foot wide, and London, England, the bridge weighed 130,000 pounds. Because of its weight and heavy traffic in the 1960s, London decided to take this bridge down and rebuild another one to take its place. So in September of 1968, they had sales on the bridge. One of the bidders of the bridge was a fellow named Robert McCullough Sr. His bid was $2,460,000 for the bridge. However, it cost them another $5.5 million just to have the bridge torn down, shipped to Long Beach, California, trucked over here Lake Havasu, and then reassembled the bridge on dry land, using the sand for the molds for the arches. And when the bridge had been completely rebuilt on dry land, take away the sand, put on the various beaches, dig out this mile-long channel, making the land to the right of us into an island from a peninsula. That cost Mr. McCullough another $5.5 million, just under $8 million the whole project. Unbelievable. This boat coming towards us, straight ahead of us, is a wave rider. It's not a jet ski, it's a wave rider. Excuse me, I gotta say hi to this little girl.
Oh.
Hi, honey. Hi, honey.
Cute.
One standing up for us. Coming to this channel on holidays, they have so many boats and bodies in this channel, you actually can go from boat to boat, lengthwise and widthwise, never touch the water. It's crazy. You have to be here on a Saturday in the afternoon in summertime. You know what I'm talking about.
I got it right here.
And to the right of us is the state park. It's owned by the state, leased out by the city, and see us taking the debris away. You see to the right of us. They're spending $650,000 for the fixing up the park. And the palm trees straight ahead of us to the right were all imported from the Indio Palm Springs area of Southern California. We have two kinds of palm trees over here, a fan palm and a date palm. And you look to the right behind the palm trees, you see the cement structure. The cement structure behind the palm trees, the local amphitheater, a lot of church groups and club organizations use throughout the year for their functions. And the state park to the right of us opens up at 8 in the morning till 5 o'clock at night. It has all the amenities, 10 o'clock at night. It has all the amenities that you want in the park, such as barbecue pits and shaded areas, laboratories, even have a snack bar. And to the left of us, straight ahead, you see the lands on top of that hill up there in front of you. There's a 9-hole par 3 golf course up there. And with the lands up there, they're telling you to go golfing at night. What they're really telling us that when it is 120 degrees in the daytime, nobody goes up there to play golf. You go up there at night, it's 110 and you light. That way they don't get the sun in, right? Of course not. And straight ahead of us, on the other side of Lake and River, is San Bernardino County, California. San Bernardino County, California, the largest county in the United States, other than the state of Alaska. That mountain up there straight ahead of us, that comes to a fine cone, is called Cupcake Mountain. They call that Cupcake Mountain because when it snows here, which is very rare, it puts frosting on the top of that. It looks like a giant cupcake. Excuse me. And to the right of us, into the park, you see that cabana way up front there, to the right. In front of that cabana, they have two political palm trees. One palm tree is very straight and conservative at the end of the park, and it's very straight and conservative named George from Washington, D.C. The other one's a liberal leaning to the right named Teddy from the state of Massachusetts. They're both having problems. I pray to God why they'll help balance out their checkbooks and leave our Social Security checks alone. Amen on that one. Right out in front here, in front of that cabana. And to the right of us, you'll see the marina. It's owned by Richard McCullough. And he is the last living son of the McCullough family. Richard's father, Robert McCullough Sr., he passed away in 1977 at the age of 66 years old. His other son, Robert, passed away in 1983 at the age of 49. Both father and son had heart attacks. Is there anyone aboard the boat, excuse me, that knows of a young man or a young lady that has graduated from law school? You'd like to help them get started in a law practice real quick? You know, it's simple to help them out, you know. You don't have to struggle at all. All you do is invite your friends to come over the local luncheon ramp any good Saturday morning, have your friends sit at that luncheon ramp, and just listen to the men tell their wives how lunch their boat. Guaranteed to get started law practice, no way they're going to miss, no way at all. Now, the marina to the right of us opens up at 8 a.m. in the morning till 5 o'clock at night. It has all the amenities that they want in a marina. They have 510 spaces. There seems to be a number that they seem to close, 510 spaces. Now, over here left of us is Rotary Club Park. It's owned by the city. The city has spent $2.5 million in fixing the park up. It's very beautiful. And right over, that's a $5.5 million building. Beneath its roof, they have a roof like a mile. It's 6 feet square. Now, you can look straight ahead of us and to the right. We're going to continue the story from then to now into the future. The first set of buildings to the right of us are condominiums. Behind the condominiums are efficiency apartments. And way back at the end of the globe is the convention center of Loughlin. And this is the Loughlin, this is where it all began. 30 years ago, Mr. McCulloch had the lower end built as a motel. He would fly folks in here for 2 nights and 3 days. They'd give them a boat ride aboard the Miss Evans Supine, give them a Jeep right up in the city, hoping they would buy a piece of property. And that's how it all began. We're going to continue the story from then to now into the future. And straight ahead of us, the palm trees used to be quite famous. They used to be an air-conditioned beach. Used to run fire tubing up the sides of the palm trees. Force 500 pounds of water pressure to the top, and it would cool the area off anywhere from 10 to 20 degrees. And it worked, but they had to take it out. Too many people had complained about the humidity in the area. And the houseboats to the right of us, our rental houseboat, they're all built up in British Columbia. Very nice. Anybody from the Canada? And then the third weekend, we have over 70,000 people here watching the jet ski races on the beach. Last year we had the last weekend of October, we sponsored the World Championship outboard motorboat race. Those boats will exceed speeds of 140 miles per hour or better with rank boats right across the bay. For a small cruise, you give them a lot of things to happen. Now, you're beyond south, 23 miles to the market. Where the palm trees are to the right of us, that's the 14 holes and 18 holes golf course. On this side of the water, so 13 hole makes a very tricky shot. The fact that I gotta finish my work. The other trees to the right of us that has the green leaves is called the wait-a-minute tree. We call it the wait-a-minute tree because anytime you're walking in the desert with anyone, you bump up into the trees with the green leaves, the first thing you're going to say is, wait a minute, wait for me while I untangle myself. The real name is catwalk. The speed limit is unlimited here, outside the buoys. Thank you. And this is the Island RV Park. It's very beautiful. They're having a horseshoe pitch up. And by the way, don't ever do this coming into this channel when they're playing horseshoes, because they'll have to throw a horseshoe at you. Right up there, they're playing horseshoes. And the straight sixes green leaves to the right of us, I'm pointing at them, is called arrowweed, and that's what the Indians used to use for their arrows. Now they go to Walmart, Kmart, JCPenney, other places. Very beautiful park. If anybody wishes to stay in this park from New Year's to Easter, you better have a reservation or you're not going to get in. They're all booked up. I was told that this morning. Some people stayed over here and they're all booked up. They can't get in. Bring a boat. We have a nice launching ramp over here. Look at the bird next to left of us. That's called a blue heron. Right. And it stands 3 foot tall, has a wingspan of 3.5 feet, and eats twice as weight as fish every day, and I pray to good Lord it doesn't fly over me.
Especially with your javelin.
You better believe it. Okay, I'm going to make my turn right here. First of all, used for flood control. The second is for hydroelectricity. The third is for drinking water and agriculture. The fourth is recreation like we are. Now, we're crossing over the Colorado River, going over onto the Shumway Valley Indian Reservation in Southern California. If you look to the right of us, you'll see some bushes on top of the cliffs. The bushes on top of the cliffs is called creosote or greasewood. In Patchian, we had aboard our boat several years ago. They said, if you take the creosote bush and you make a tea out of the leaves, it's very good for colds, cuts, and burns. We've tried it, and it is terrible, but it does work. And along the water's edge and the banks, you'll see a cactus up there. That's called cholla cactus, golden cholla, or jumping cholla. They don't call it jumping cholla for nothing. Anytime you get 3 to 6 inches in a cactus on the banks, it's in a clump, it does have a tendency, because of the magnetic pull of the body and the wisp of your clothing, to have a piece of break off, and it's going to fly right at you. It will go through your clothing and penetrate right into your skin. It is toxic to most people. Please stay away from it. Very dangerous. When the barb gets into your skin and you start to pull the barb out, immediately it opens up like an umbrella. It most likely will tear your skin. Arizona, even if it is in California, called Palo Verde. There's your cholla cactus up there, there's your creosote bush on top, there's your arrowweed, and there's your creosote bush. And right straight ahead of us, see the cactus, straight out on that bank, like shaped like a barrel, called a barrel cactus. The barrel cactus contains moisture and water. If you need moisture and water while you're in the desert, you bust it open, you'll find moisture and water. But don't drink it, it's very salty. It may do you more harm than good. Have it treated. I got that from a John Wayne movie. And along the banks, straight ahead of us, you'll see the beaver-tailed cactus. The beaver-tailed cactus has a very beautiful fuchsia flower on it in the springtime. It also bears fruit. And that's what the burros love to eat, is the fruit from the beaver-tail cactus. Many people harvest the fruit and they make cactus jelly out of it. I don't know the process, but they tell me it's very good. We used to go all the way down to the back end of the cove, but we don't do it anymore because the Rotary Club has collected many Christmas trees that put weights on them, put them back in the coves. It's a good way of conservation, protects little fish from the big fish. There was a newspaper the other day before that. I'm going to go straight out and take a right and go around it. Come on, girls.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
I call the junkyard on the water.
Yeah.
You're right. Now, inside the middle at his home is burnt down. Had a washing machine out there. And I believe it's in jail right now because the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department had the divers and went down beneath the boat and they found some stuff and they took him to jail for stealing merchandise. That's all I know. How it burned down, I don't know. Well, we will pollute it. They've got to do something very quickly. Because the beaver live in this cove are eating them out of house and home. Is anybody in a hurry?
No.
I'd like to go in another cove if you don't mind. I happen to love what I'm doing and what else?
Clear that water.
That goes straight down 22 feet to the bottom of the lake. And they don't mark it. The reason why they don't mark it is because you are on the reservation. You don't mark anything on this side of the lake and the river. Well, dam up, they have 13 red lights, a lot of markings on the Arizona side, and the California side is absolutely nothing. Right down 20 feet, 22 feet to the bottom of the lake. You sit right here. And this is your camera?
Yep. It is. Got it tuned on.
Smile.
Oh! You're so small, yeah.
Get over there. Stand up behind us. Stand behind us. Stand behind us. And ma'am, you sit right here like you make. Put your hand on the boss. Put on standby. Come on. Okay. First of all, I want to thank both of you for joining us aboard the Miss Harvest Supai. My name is Captain Claude. I want to thank you very much for joining us and love each other all through eternity because that's all we have is love. We don't have anything else. God bless you and thank you very much for joining us. Our pleasure having you.
Is this a full-grown one?
All the way in is the Super 8. The other one is the Howard Johnson, Ferdinand, the Day Lodge. Now, Robert McCulloch Sr., the founder of Lake Havasu, he first came to Lake Havasu to test outboard motors, and they were not going so good. So Mr. McCulloch attended a sale they had on all the land of the Kingman. He was the only one to attend the sale. The Bureau of Land Management said, Mr. McCulloch, if you were to dig a channel through the area we're going to go through very shortly, we will give you all the land for $73 an acre. By digging a channel, you alleviate the problem of the debris building up passed away recently. Now we have Lindsay Wagner, Ernest Borgnine, Kenny Rogers, and Linda Carter, the Wonder Woman. David Hasselhoff from Baywatch, and Arnold Schwarzenegger, the actor. Has anybody ever met Linda Carter, the Wonder Woman? I have. And that girl is very beautiful, Miss America. You know when I met her, sir? She looked down at me. I looked up at her. I've been funny ever since. What a beautiful girl she is. And don't tell my wife she squeals. London Bridge was designed and engineered by an architect, like I said. But the London Bridge has 10,276 actual stones to it. It is made to Guinness Book of World Records.
I got my great book.
And the lenses that you see on top of the bridge and all those lanterns, they used to be in it. And just before the Battle of Waterloo, the English had captured one of Napoleon's ships, taken the can off, then they forged them down into lenses that you see on top of the bridge today. Now, truth is truth. When Mr. McCulloch bought the London Bridge, he brought over here Lake Chemistry, he reassembled it hollow. The bridge was solid in London, England, and he brought the English engineers with him. The English engineers said, Mr. McCulloch, if you were to hollow the center of the bridge out, reinforce the center with steel girders, that way they prevent it from sinking, you'll be able to put your water to electrical tubing through the bridge will electrify the island. And with all the other granite inside the bridge, you can chop it up in small pieces and then sell it as souvenirs to offset the cost of the bridge. You get a copy of the bridge for the island fashion model, the Indian trading post. Very smart guys. If you liked that tour, please tell your friends and neighbors about us. But if you did not like the tour, do us a great favor. Don't say anything else. Keep it secret.
We could do that.
Thank you very much. And thanks a lot for bringing your father. I think it's very nice. Fine little wall of rosemary and a trees in Glidden Street. Yeah. Now, I'm going to teach you what discipline really and truly is, guys. And the finest dress of Lake Havasu is sugar's dressing to right of us, not because we're here, because it's so.
Each section is marked. When they brought it back, they marked each section numbers. I see what that, you know what that is?
What?
That's where they marked each section when they brought it back over so they know where it went.
Isn't that something?
They're
They
numbered.
all are numbered, aren't they?
Each section is numbered.
For the assembly.
walking across the London Bridge.
This is the English village.
No, this little boat here, where does it go?
Oh, the Dixie Belle goes to the Cocox Gorge and down the Havasu Lake. The bus tour of Lake Havasu and Cocox Gorge.
And it's in this direction here, huh?
Right.
Northerly direction. These are replicas of little villages in England. I suppose like it was originally with the London Bridge, huh?
Pretty, isn't it?
Entrance to English Village, huh? What does it say, City of London, huh? Welcome London Bridge and all the stores. These are what they call peeps. All right, a wind chime you want?
It's got a beautiful front porch with a wind chime on.
Huh?
I said, if Chris and Ann have a beautiful front porch, there's a wind chime on.
Now this is where the water is pumped out of the Colorado River that goes to the Central Arizona American Canal route through Phoenix and down to. This is one of the greens here at the Imperial Country Club across the road from the La Paz County RV Park. Very beautiful golf park. Across the way is California side. There's the highway on the California side. Right across the road is the restroom and the telephone. This is the swap meter flea market at La Paz County Park.
This is Saturday morning at La Paz County Park. Kids are out here from school. Here we are in Loughlin, Nevada. I'm on top of the hill where the Riverside RV Park is. This is a good view of the whole city of Loughlin. There's the Riverside Casino and Hotel. This is the park that we're in. There is a Flamingo Hilton Casino and Hotel, and one next to it is Flamingo Hilton. And the Edgewater. And the Colorado Bell. The Pioneer. The whistle of the Colorado Bell. I believe it's blowing on the hour and a half hour. And again, this is the Flamingo Hilton. I got a picture of this at night. It was beautiful. And this is the lower level that we're in. Give you an idea where we're staying out here in our spot. This Flamingo Hilton has a strange looking side to it.
They could have, yeah. May have lived in the same building. But you post office and the people lived. Yeah, it was not unusual. Yeah. It was not unusual. That was in about that same period of time. Yeah. That's the main part of the
I don't see it more capture reminder than it's a map, so just continue up. When you go out, you turn left.
Right, crazy work quilt.
You just go to your left and go
Like
around the
clear
bend up there about a mile and a half. You'll see a sign that says Davis Dam and Captain's Landing.
Yeah.
You turn left there and go across the dam. But before you get to the dam, you'll see another sign that says Captain's Landing. You follow that over there.
Yeah.
That takes you over to the marina where I just told you. And as you're going down to the marina, you'll see a sign that says Captain's Landing. Take that road and go into
Mojave Indian
go right down the center of the house.
Museum.
Go right down
This is the Mojave Indian Museum.
Mm-hmm.
And Captain's Landing is right behind that. There's not anything there to speak of. I mean, no, okay.
I like your need for, I worked at one of those where you stuck those little boards that was in Peckham, Oklahoma, that I worked at occasionally when I was in high school.
You're not that old.
Yes, I am.
This is the Davis Dam, which is about 5 or 6 miles north of Loughlin on the Colorado River. This dam is the dam that dams the water for Mojave Lake. We can go inside.